called to order. 9:10, not bad. Please, Shirley. I'm supposed to nominate Shirley as secretary, and then after she tells us we have a quorum, we actually elect her. So do a good job. I nominate to you Shirley McKinley to be secretary.
We need to determine whether or not we have a quorum. Will everybody from San Juan raise your hand? Everyone from Utah, raise your hand.
The official delegates.
And the chairperson in the CR, raise your hand.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Can I ask you a point of view?
Yes?
Since you're nominating quorums for all the delegates, I'd like delegates to continue raising their hands.
All right.
I have a gift for you all. Like this was
A fly swatter.
fly swatter. This is so you can keep cool, but these are also going to be your affirmations of voting. Red light, green light.
Gosh, we've really gone high tech.
Next year there'll be an app with this.
And again, it's the official delegates who registered who are entitled to vote, but all of our members who are present have voice, and so when it comes time to have discussions, ask questions, everyone is welcome to speak. We want to hear from all of you. But it's for the voting that we make that important distinction about who's officially. Do we still have a mic, the handheld we can circulate? Do we have that?
Yes, let me grab that.
So you can come to the podium to speak, but also there'll be a microphone, a handheld microphone in circulation so you don't have to come all the way forward. That lives at Ryan's station, so just look for the mic there, or get it from the last person who spoke. It goes to Ryan's place. Oh, are we going to have one up here? We don't have to. Okay. Now, we're ready to elect the secretary. I think she's done a pretty good job so far. That quorum sounded pretty good. I've nominated Shirley McKinley. All in favor? Say aye. Or raise your paddles, your fans. Okay, anyone opposed? Oh,
There's one.
Anna, you're voting no. Is there something between you? Congratulations, Shirley. Thank you all. We have a secretary. And you'll notice that it said assistant secretary. We're not choosing an assistant secretary today, but in the future you could do that. Our new canons will allow for us to provide some assistance to Shirley, and she probably would be grateful for that. This is a big job She's not only secretary at these meetings, she's secretary on a number of occasions, and she does a wonderful job with that.
Since 1965.
And the Lord has brought us safe thus far. The Lord will see us home. Thank you. So now, that agenda that we just went through a few minutes ago, I do want to say that we do have friends online who will be participating, as I said, by Zoom later. We also have a number of folks, I have no way of knowing how many, who or where, who may be joining us in the live stream, and they may come for some time and leave for a time, but please know you are welcome, we're grateful, we're pleased that you're with us, and glad to be making this journey together. Thank you and God bless you. So we're ready for the adoption of the agenda. Can someone move the adoption of the agenda? So Carol's moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, get those paddles right. All right. Anyone opposed? Put them down now. Thank you. Anyone opposed? All right. We've adopted the agenda. Now the approval of the minutes. 2 sets of minutes. The 48th Convocation, last June's gathering. Could we have a motion to approve the minutes? I'm sorry, are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Any additions or corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second? All right, all in favor? Oh,
Can we say who, Deborah did motion, who seconded it?
I don't think we don't.
Rebecca motion.
We don't need to record who did it.
Neil, second.
Unless you want to. Okay, so who did that? Well, then let's back up. Who moved the, sorry, I'm not used to doing it this way. But the canon of the ordinary has said that we're required to go by Robert's Rules of Order, and she's the only one who has the book. Our parliamentarian is not present. So we have to go back. Who moved the adoption of the agenda?
I did.
Okay, and who seconded the adoption of the agenda? I think Leon did, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right then, so that needs to go into the record. And then the approval of the minutes, you got those names? For the 48th Convocation? Do we have those names? Is that a yes? We have those names? Okay, all in favor? We voted already, so let's go on to the next set of minutes. May 3rd, are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? Seeing none, would someone care to move the approval of those minutes? I think you better say your name so that we are careful to get that into the record. Thank you. Is there a second?
Carol seconds.
Carol took it. All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Any opposed? No. All right, thank you. Very good. Minutes are approved. As I mentioned, we don't have a parliamentarian present. We don't have our chancellor present. Stephen Hutchinson is on a trip with family. He sends his best regards. It is my desire to appoint Stephen to continue as chancellor, and this time we are adding a vice chancellor also. and that is Karen Aubrey. Karen is currently Chancellor in the Diocese of Rio Grande. Rio Grande has, just as Navajoland has 3 states within its, portions of 3 states within its borders, Rio Grande has 2. So they have 2 chancellors, one for the New Mexico portion and one for the Texas portion, because the states have different laws and so on. She is the New Mexico chancellor for Rio Grande. She lives in Santa Fe. She's been an active participant in the parish there, communicant in good standing for many years. She's been assisting us in recent months on a number of questions, and has been very helpful, and is a very, very good friend to us. You probably haven't met her yet, and I hope you will soon. But it is my intention, and I might as well add that it was through her acquaintance with Steve Hutchinson that we became acquainted with her. They worked together as chancellors, as part of the church-wide chancellors network on a number of things over the years. So they know each other well, and I'm sure that they'll be a good team.
What is her name?
Her name is Karen Aubrey, A-U-B-R-E-Y, Karen Aubrey. And you'll be hearing more about Karen and have a chance to meet her personally, I hope, before long. So I'm appointing Steve as Chancellor, Karen as Vice Chancellor, as Canon Theologian Jerry Drino, who we will be hearing from later in the day. He will be giving a word of encouragement to us. And then for Commission on Ministry, I'm appointing Kathlena Plummer to continue as chair, but we'll add other names later, and once we've had a chance to consult further. And then Hoel Learning Circle. I wish to appoint from the San Juan region, Cheryl Mason, Marietta Che, from the Southeast region, Elsie Slim, Paula Elmore, from the Utah region, Lily Henderson, and chairing, continuing to chair, Paula Henson. So I put those appointments before you, and I ask for a vote of affirmation. It's the bishop's prerogative to appoint, but we want to do it collaboratively. Would someone move affirmation of these appointments? Please. And your name is?
Cornelia Eaton, I move the affirmation.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All in favor? Thank you. Put this on opposed. Good. I'm going to get Hilda's biceps. Can we add weights to these?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all for your willingness to serve. Now we have elections. These require nominations. So we enter a process. Let me explain it once again. The standing committee, we've had 5 members, 2 clergy, 3 lay, 1 from each of the 3 regions. Would the current standing committee members please stand for a moment and be recognized? And we owe them, well, let me name them first. The current president is Cornelia Eaton, Leon Sampson, Maggie Brown, Margaret Benally, Anna Fowler. They've served faithfully and well, and we owe them a great, great debt of thanks. Please say hello. So these are your current members. They are all eligible to continue, so they're eligible for nomination to continue. As again, in the past, they've been appointed by the bishop beginning today, that we hope to adopt will have a system of staggering the elections so that we end up with electing, where we elect 2 people each year for 3 years. And eventually we'll get to that. It'll take us 3 years to get there. So for now, one person will be elected for 1 year and someone else for 2. So the way we're going to sort that out this time is just as we do with General Convention, and we'll do that in a minute, and whoever gets the most votes is the head of the deputation, for instance, and that kind of thing. We don't elect a head of the deputation. So we'll take the vote count for a standing committee and we'll assign terms based on that. That seems like the simplest thing right now. We're kind of in this in-between moment. So the floor is open for nominations. We need to have 3 lay people, 2 clergy people, and the 6th position, this is new, can be either clergy or lay. It's kind of an at-large position. So the floor is open for nominations, and please, we better pass that microphone around. Does anyone, if you wish to make a nomination, please stand and be handed the microphone.
May I do it without the microphone?
Yes, please.
I want to nominate Anna Fowler for San Juan Region again.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. And Anna, do you accept that nomination?
Anna Fowler?
Yes.
Anna Fowler, yes I do.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it and learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Kathleen O'Plummer, I'd like to nominate Leon Sampson again.
okay. Leon, do you accept?
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Thank you. And Anna has raised her hand. Could you pass the mic back?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Maria Eaton. She's been our president through several years on the standing committee. And we'd like to continue the work that we've been doing together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you accept this nomination?
I accept.
Okay, thank you. And just FYI, once the standing committee, the new standing committee is chosen, they will elect their new president and secretary. They'll choose that. Yeah.
I'd like to nominate Geraldine Gordy.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to nominate Geraldine Gordy, GJ. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Others, are there other nominations? Diane has her hand up.
Good morning. I'd like to nominate Margaret Rinaldi. She's been keeping us in line at St. Christopher's Mission, so if you accept Margaret.
Margaret, do you accept? Don't give her the mic until she says yes. Another nomination?
I elect Jack Chase. I'm not sure if he's here.
No, he had to go deal with a flat tire. Someone thought he might be nominated and they put a screw in his tire. What can I say? We walk in love as Christ loved us.
Oh, okay.
I second that nomination
Evelyn.
for Jack. Evelyn?
So Jack Chase has been nominated.
Since Evelyn elected
distributed to the voters? The ballots need to be distributed. Yes, you'll be, those of you who are eligible to vote will be given a piece of paper. Please write on that piece of paper you're voting. You only need to vote for one for us to accomplish this. And that's probably the simplest way to go. But I'm gonna, let me tweak that. Vote for one lay person and one clergy person. And I will read those names to you, so don't vote yet. Oh, I've been informed that Gordy has withdrawn her nomination. So in that case, you have, we may not need the written ballots because we have 6 nominations for 6 spots. So I would invite a motion to elect by acclamation. A motion to elect by acclamation. That means we'll all say yay. Yeah, you don't have to do that. You want to do that? Okay. You're entitled to that. So we are going to do ballots. So please vote for one clergy person and one lay person. And the lay persons are Anna Fowler, Margaret Vinelli, and Maggie Brown. Anna Fowler, Margaret Vinelli, and Maggie Brown. And then also write down the name of one clergy person. And those are Leon Sampson, Cornelia Eaton, and Jack Chase. Leon Sampson, Cornelia Eaton, and Jack Chase. So write down the name of one layperson and one clergy person, and then pass those to Leon. And then I tell her. Leon, do we have tellers who can count your ballots? So that you can remain in the business session? Thank you. So we can move, while those are being counted, we can start on general convention.
Yeah.
ballots have been handed in. Leon will hand those to. Do you have someone else to count?
They didn't show up.
Margaret, would you please be available to count the ballots for us so that we can proceed? Leon has them, yes. Leon, would you hand this to Margaret, please? She'll count for us. I'd like to move on to General Convention deputies. We are entitled to 4 lay deputies, 4 clergy deputies, plus alternates in each order. Normally, how this is determined is we have nominations, we vote, and then we assign the rankings based on the number of votes received. So the person who gets the most votes is the head of the deputation, and so on. And the folks who get the fewest number of votes are the alternates. It doesn't mean that everyone who's elected will go to General Convention next time. That will be up to you all, depending. We sent full deputation last time because it was such a critical gathering for us. We had our petition to become a missionary diocese in front of General Convention. And we thought it was important that we have, all of our voices there. But not every diocese every year every convention gathering sends everybody, because it's expensive. It's very expensive. We probably spent $50,000 or $60,000 last time sending everybody. I don't imagine we can do that every time, but that's up to you. So we'll elect a full group, and then we'll have a full group available come what may. Okay? So we have received some nominations already. GJ has been receiving those. The call for nominations went out earlier.
Yeah.
GJ, who has been nominated so far?
Just one person has did an online nomination.
And do we need a drum roll? And that person is?
It is myself.
Wonderful. So, GJ Gordy is nominated. Are there other nominations? Other nominations? We need at least 4 clergy and 4 lay. We can have more. And that spills over into alternates. Leon.
Nominate Georgia.
Georgia Buck. Georgia Buck, are you willing to accept a nomination? Where's Georgia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Michael.
I'd like to nominate Paula Henson.
Paula Henson. Paula, are you willing to accept a nomination?
Yes.
Okay, excuse me 1 second.
Excuse me, are we doing the lay separately and?
You will vote separately. I'm just getting all
Okay.
the nominations.
I nominate as the layperson, Martina.
Very neat.
From my All Saints Church.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, Kathy.
I'd like to nominate Kathleen Argona.
Thank you. So, thank you. Michael.
I'd like to nominate Marietta. She declines.
She declines. Marietta, you decline the nomination.
Okay.
She accepts the nomination. No pressure there. Okay. All right. Are there other nominations? Gigi.
I nominate Leon Sampson.
Leon Sampson. So far, I've got G.J. Gordy, Georgia Buck, Mary Anita Chi, and Marietta Chi in the lay side. I've got Paula Henson, Kathleen Plummer, and Leon Sampson on the clergy side. Yes, please.
I nominate Cornelia Eaton.
Cornelia Eaton on the clergy side. Do you accept the nomination? Are there other nominations?
Has someone nominated Kathleen Plummer?
Yes. Yes, please.
I nominate Leon Sampson.
He has been nominated. Thank you.
Okay.
TJ.
I nominate Michael Sells.
Michael Sells. Do you accept? You accept nomination? No. Michael declines. Okay. I guess someone's got to hold the fort, right? Other nominations? Any other nominations? Yes. Jack Chase.
Michael Sells changes his mind.
Oh, 1 second. So Jack Chase, clergy, has been nominated, and he's not here to accept, but we'll just assume, since he was part of the group last time and survived. And so, I'm sorry, Michael, you changed, you do accept the nomination?
Yes, I appreciate it.
Okay. So Michael Sells has been nominated. Yeah.
And I nominate Diane Ben.
Diane Ben. Diane, do you accept nomination? I think I saw you. You were trying to hide.
Is it going to be in Phoenix? Yeah.
It is going to be in Phoenix. In Phoenix in June. I mean, it's going to be, bring your sweaters, right?
Okay.
You accept. Okay. Thank you. Diane Ben has accepted nomination. Are there other nominations? Phoenix in June. Other nominations? All right then. Oh yes, please, Carol.
I was going to move the nominations be closed.
All right then. It's been moved that the nominations have been closed. Is there a second?
Second.
And it's seconded by Leon. All in favor? Yep. Green, yes. And no one, well, it's carried. There's a majority. So the nominations are closed. Okay, so balloting this time is going to be tricky. You need more paper? We need to distribute more paper? Everybody has a notepad. Oh, okay. So on the lay side, vote for 4. You have G.J. Gordy, Georgia Buck, Mary Anita Chi, Marietta Chi, and Diane Ben. I'll read them again. G.J. Gordy, Georgia Buck, Mary Anita Chi, Marietta Chi, and Diane Ben. Vote for 4. Take a moment and do that, and then we'll do the clergy. While we're doing that, Margaret, do you have the vote count on the screen? Oh, that's what Anyone need more time? More time? Yes? Everyone ready? You've done with the clerk and with the lay votes? Okay. And then, on the clergy side, again, you're going to vote for 4 from this list of names. Paula Henson, Kathleen Plummer, Leon Sampson, Cornelia Eaton, Michael Sells, and Jack Chase. I'll read that again. You're voting for 4. Paula Henson, Kathleen Plummer, Leon Sampson, Cornelia Eaton, Michael Sells, and Jack Chase. Does anyone need the list again? Vote for 4, write down 4 names, and done voting, you can pass your ballots in. And Margaret, are you willing to count these also? Thank you very much. All the ballots have been collected? Almost. Okay. And Margaret, one of the things we're going to do while you are counting ballots is I'm going to nominate you to be elected as our next treasurer. Just so you know. We're not doing it behind your back. Although I'm perfectly capable of that, so watch out. Ruthless, that's what they call it. Sneaky. So, are all the ballots handed in? Thank you. I do nominate to you for election as treasurer, Margaret Putnam. And is there a second to that? Very good. That's Paula Henson for the record. All in favor? Anna's voting no again. What is it between you and Margaret? Thank you. All right, so you're first we are going to have a chance to hear from, again, some of you were here last night and got to hear a wonderful sermon, a very inspiring and energizing sermon from Lester Mackenzie, who has driven from Laguna Beach in the dead of night following his son's middle school graduation to be with us. Lester, as you probably know, is the recently appointed Chief of Mission Program for the Episcopal Church. He's on the staff of Presiding Bishop Sean Rowe, who blessed us with his presence just back in early April. Lester, some will know as chaplain to the Executive Council and the House of Deputies in the past. Those of you who were at General Convention last time were blessed by his role in those ministries, his participation in worship. I know Anne worked with him closely during that time, and so I've heard wonderful things about Lester. I'm so pleased to be able to share Navajoland with him. Brother, please do come and give us some word of encouragement, blessings to you. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming.
Yeah, well, it's good to be here. And everybody on the digital tightrope of hope, zooming in. Blessings to you wherever you find yourselves. And so, it is with deep thanks, deep African thanks, for the breath of this day. And I give thanks, I give thanks to my family. It is their love and their steady support that allow me to travel across our wide Episcopal Church. And they hold me in prayer and patience as I go from diocese to diocese and eat too many snacks sometimes at the truck stops. But their love truly is my compass, and so I want to say that out loud. Just thank you. I don't do this alone. We all don't do this alone, and so I want to acknowledge that. And thank you, Bishop Barry, that I can be here with you all. And for all of you, having met and known some of you from convention. And so who am I? So besides the crazy dreadlock guy who likes to sing and drum. I was raised in Cape Town, South Africa. And this is important because it will help you understand how I see the world and what I bring as Chief of Mission. I was raised by my grandparents because I was born when my mom was just about turning 17. My grandfather served as Bishop Suffragan with Archbishop Desmond Tutu for 20-something years. And he truly was my spiritual father and a wise anchor for the church during apartheid in South Africa. A brutal, legalized system of racial separation. Apartheid dictated where you lived, who you married, what hospital you went to. It decided whose lives had value, whose lives and you had to wait. And I remember just as a child, even the beaches I went to. You had to drive past all of the beaches, the nice ones, that said whites only. And then I grew up going to a beach which is like the major freeway, thoroughway for great white sharks. And so I find it strange that in apartheid, great white sharks is where they send all the black people to. So I find it. And then I remember the songs of protest, the smells of incense during the Eucharist, the powerful stories of resistance passed down from my elders, echoing, I think, the legacies I see, and I wonder are present in Navajoland, where the original language was banned, Xhosa, Zulu, the Bantu languages, and those prayers in our languages were whispered under the stars. And so when I speak and you hear me talk about justice and healing, I'm not quoting theory, I'm quoting my bones, my ancestors. Bones that remember that long waiting and deep singing. And I'm excited to be called the Chief of Mission. I like movies. If you've seen the movie The Black Panther, the language used in the movie is the Xhosa language, which is my language. So I'm trying to convince my kids, you see, I'm now finally a chief. No, they just roll their eyes and they're just making these preaching things. But I say that, and I claim that title with a little bit of Wakanda flair, Ubuntu spirit, and hopefully lots of pastoral love. Who is your Episcopal Church leadership team? I bring greetings from Presiding Bishop Shaw. It's a gift to follow him. I know he was here, breaking bread with you. I bring greetings from a fellow chief, Rebecca Wilson, Chief of Strategy with Communications. And then Rebecca Linda Blatchley, Chief of Public Witness and Policy. She leads our presence in DC, the United Nations, and our global Anglican forums. And so together, we listen, we discern, and we collaborate across divisions and departments, asking that wonderful question Presiding Bishop Sean asks us. How do we serve dioceses with clarity and care? And I also extend and I bring greetings from the wider leadership. You'll hear 8:15, right, which is that address in New York City, but we have actually a lot of people who work remotely as well. And so our dedicated colleagues who serve remotely across our church, together, we are trying to bring to fruition what Presiding Bishop Sean's vision is to reorient our church-wide resources, budgets, staff to support dioceses and congregations on the ground where ministries happen. And then we combine that with our whole collaborative structure, the very things you were just voting on, which is wonderful to see in action and live that out. We have the House of Bishops, the House of Deputies, and then together with the General Convention Office, which is now currently being led by the interim executive officer, the Reverend Dr. Molly James. So we've got the Presiding Bishop, who presides at the House of Bishops, and then we've got Julia Ayala Harris, President of the House of Deputies. You combine that with General Convention, you throw in Executive Council, and there's our big leadership circle. And it is as Chief of Mission, I report directly to Presiding Bishop Shaw as my supervisor. And that's where I fit in this big picture. And I collaborate with General Convention structures and with governance, with the President of the House of Deputies. And mission programs, so who are we? We are a team that is dedicated to working with dioceses, missionary dioceses, companion dioceses. And diocese is just a fancy term to describe geographically where we are as a family. And we are trying to not send down programs anymore, but walk alongside, to listen first. At least that's my hope. And my team, and our team includes racial justice and sacred ground, gender justice, creation care, evangelism and discipleship, church planting and redevelopment, United Thank Offering, youth, young adult and campus ministries. And then also, we have what we call currently the ethnic ministries or ethnic missioners, and we are reimagining even that afresh. Is it true? Traditional Navajo medicine teaches that healing must come from the land and the clan. Is that accurate? And so we believe that ministry must grow from local soil. And so the missionaries, coaches, collaborators, which includes African descent ministries, Asian American, Pacific Islanders ministries, Latino Hispanic ministries, and indigenous ministries. And then Mary Frances Christ was also with Indigenous Theological Education coordinators. So an example of that would be the doctrine of discovery, teaching that and sharing that with local congregations. And yes, we are also honoring, and I give thanks for the ministry of Canon Brad Huff, the previous Indigenous minister who retired at the end of February. And so I'm taking all of his work that he's done. We are looking at the scope of what was done. And his faithful work, which is supporting Winter Talk, Indigenous networks, educational scholarships, also incorporating that with Sacred Ground. I've been collecting, reviewing ministry records, talking to a lot more people, ensuring that nothing is lost. And I'm doing that why? Because before we rush into anything, I'm inviting us into discernment. I'm also calling for a committee of Indigenous leaders to help us reimagine the future of this work. How can Winter Talk evolve into a space of deeper ancestral wisdom and truth-telling? What kind of leadership development is most needed? Clergy mentorship, youth immersions, grandparents storytelling circles? These are not side ministries. These are front-line healing practices. And so know that I will affirm and give my word that the space will not be vacant like in the past, as I've heard, for almost 18 months. No. There's just a lot of information to process. And so I want to honor that, at the same time show that there's movement. Why does this all matter? Presiding Bishop Shaw is guiding our realignment together with Executive Council. This is not just a shuffle of titles, even though I like my title. I think it's a cool title. But it's a shift. It's a shift of how do we recenter dioceses differently? How do we lead in communion? And I think this vision calls us to break down that wonderful word I've heard through our church in different circles, silence. How do we build teams that heal? How do we listen before acting? And how do I trust the Spirit sometimes more than strategy, perhaps? And this is gospel work together with governance, I think, where it's the church breathing again, perhaps. Are you still with me? Okay. And I want to lift up, because I saw them in Executive Council, G.J. Gordy. I'm going to lift up Leon Sampson. I'm going to lift up Karen Cornelia Eaton. Because sitting in meetings can be complicated. So I'm grateful how you pray for your leadership as the church comes together, because we gather to ask where are we going as a church body. And because I do a lot of work sometimes with racial justice and healing, we've heard this term, or have you heard the term, white supremacy as a system, as a way of thinking. Have you heard that before? Right? And so I've always wondered, I say it, I hear all of these statements and things. What does it mean? And even growing up under an apartheid system, I've come to understand for me that white supremacy as a system, I think it teaches maybe that speed is better than discernment. That perfection matters more than people, right? If you're going to preach, that's to make sure it's a perfect sermon. If you're going to lead a meeting, make sure your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. It has to be perfect.
It has been.
And my favorite, if it's not written down, right, it's not real. At least that's my understanding. It's this system I saw under apartheid. It whispers urgency and it silences truth sometimes. And so as chief of mission program, as somebody who works for you, really? No, I mean that. I do. I serve you. We are here to serve as the Episcopal Church team. I move slowly, even when that can frustrate people. I listen a little longer, even when silence can feel a little awkward. Because I believe Spirit takes her time. We are breathing new life into what we are doing as a church, I do. And we are choosing to heal at the speed of trust. And I think trust only emerges if we keep telling the truth more. And the gift of where I serve is that the Episcopal Church is present in 108 to 110 dioceses across 22 countries and territories, which include Guam, Saipan, Colombia, Haiti, Honduras, Taiwan, convocations of churches in Europe, which spread across France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Georgia, and more. And this April, we had the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and the theme was implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And so next year, how do I expand that circle of gathering? I wonder who I can maybe email in the Missionary Diocese of Navajoland, that I can maybe say, hey, where's your voice? And also recently, I joined Linda Blatchley, and we were in dialogue with Archbishop Stephen Cottrell, Archbishop of York, and Reverend Guy Hewitt, who is the Racial Justice Director for the Church of England, and Bishop Rosemary Mallet of Croydon. And together, because why? I'm listening to what did they learn as they formed that commission, because we are forming our Episcopal Coalition for Racial Equity and Justice, a Spirit-led network building shared strategies across our dioceses and provinces. And where do I root all of this? What inspires me? So you understand what informs me spiritually mainly. I am fascinated, inspired, energized by the lives of the desert mothers and the desert fathers. And my leadership is rooted in that tradition. People like Abba Moses the Black. He was a bandit turned saint. Amma Syncletica, a woman of holy stillness. And Abba Anthony, who said, the cell will teach you everything. So the desert mothers and fathers, they lived in huts or caves or cells, not because they wanted isolation, but they wanted transformation. And this is way back in like 345. And it was where they were stripped away from distractions and the soul met God. Interesting fact, there's this thing, what is it, what do they call it, the 7 deadly sins? Do you know it actually came from the 8 deadly thoughts that Abba Evagrius developed in like 350? And he said, if you keep thinking about these things, like if I wake up in the morning, Lester, and I'm like, man, you know, that uncle of mine, if I can only, you know, because my anger is a righteous anger, because I'm the one who's right. The 8 deadly thoughts. And so it says, go to your cell and your cell will teach you everything. This pause is not, it's not meaning I'm not planning, but we must honor the space where Spirit disrupts and heals. It is a room of prayer, struggle, and listening. It is listening to the Spirit with fresh ears and a fresh heart. And so mission program for me is now becoming a promise from the church to you and to our wider church. And then I'm done, I promise. A promise that we will walk with you. A promise that we will breathe with you. And in my homeland, we say, umuntu, ngumuntu, ngabantu. A person is a person through other people. And the word we use for that is ubuntu. Ahehe, siyabonga, thank you. It is good to be with you, and I know that I'll welcome any questions. But I just wanted to describe who I am, where I fit into the picture, and how this team is being realigned and organized to serve you and our wider church. Yep. Hope it wasn't too long.
No questions. Now's your chance.
I'm here. Yep.
Can you sing that song again?
Yesterday? Actually, here's a nicer one. Here's a better one. I like that. Right? Yeah. So my call. So this is what it sounds like. So tembe tembe, baba, tembe tu, konye. So my cousin will you. Let me fix that. Tembie. Baba. Tembie. Tu konye. So you will sing back to me. I sing to you. Tembie, baba, tembie tu konye. You sing back to me. Tembie, baba. Tembie, baba. Tembie tu konye. So you sing back to me. Tembie, baba. Tembie, baba. Tembie tu konye. There we go. So I go. Tembie, baba. Tembie tu konye. 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 One more time. Tembie, baba. Tembie tu konye. Tembie, baba. Tembie. One very last time. Tembie, baba. Tembie tu konye. Tembie, baba. What that song loosely means is move, God, and let us see you. And then at home it's tembie, baba. Yeah.
When did you become an Episcopalian? Were you?
Oh! I'm one of the few who was born into the church. So I was born into the Anglican Church of Southern Africa. My grandfather was a bishop suffragan. My aunt Vanessa, who's now in Los Angeles, was the first woman of color ordained as a priest in 1992. That was after Wilma Jacobson was ordained, when Archbishop Desmond was Archbishop. My grandmother, because our family is so big, wherever we went, we were the choir. So by the time I was 6, I was singing in Italian at mothers' unions, and our traditional songs. So I'm one of the few that has been birthed and immersed in the Episcopal Anglican tradition my whole life. I grew up in rectories. So after church, you take the linens, you soak it in the bleach. We would have meals. Everybody in the neighborhood comes over. It's been my whole life. My grandfather built the Church of Christ the King when he was ordained in the 60s. He went to seminary with Robert Desmond, Ngungani, Archbishop Ngungani, Archbishop Thabo of South Africa now. My aunt has known him since their youth. So I'm one of those rare individuals that I've been immersed in it. I was at the Lambeth Conference in 1988 as a steward. And my whole life has been seeing people from our Anglican communion come through the house always. And that was always fun because that meant there's going to be amazing leftovers.
Do you have a plan system?
Yes, so in South Africa we have 12 official languages in the country, and we have over, I would say over 100 tribes. So I would fall under the Xhosa Khoisan tribe because my grandfather's father came from Scotland, from Edinburgh, and he came to South Africa, and he married a Xhosa woman. And so those are tribal systems. And so, for example, our parliament runs under 4 languages, and then we have to navigate, So in South Africa, Xhosa and Zulu are very similar in language. But somehow those who speak Xhosa always get the cool jobs. So what does that mean? So we talk about it in that way, and we just talk honestly about it in those ways. So yes, we have very much a tribal system which roots back to the Bantu languages, which stretches all through Africa. So.
Thank you. In Navajoland, you would be called a cradle board. Thank you, Chief Lester. Thank you so much. Thank you. I call on our treasurer to give her report, and then I think we'll take that break that we talked about.
Bishop?
Thank you, Margaret. And I'd like us all, please, to take a moment to say thank you to this fellow servant who has been so faithful in serving all of you. Please join me in thanking him.
Thank you all for making me cry. I was going to say thank you for having so much confidence in me and electing me for treasurer. Thank you all. And I don't know about you all, but I am so energized after that. Thank you, Lester. It was just, wow, amazing. So all of you who are delegates should have gotten a copy of my report in your packets. And yes, it is a long report, but really only 3 pages of it is narrative from me. The rest of it is the typical reports that I would give in a council meeting. You have the 2024 financials. And if you want to see the audited financials, they are on the website, on ECN's website. GJ has created a portal for all the important reports, including this one here that you all have in the packets. So you have the 2024 financials, you have 2025 up through April. You have fundraising reports. You have the 2025 budget as a reference, because remember, it's been years since we met, so it might seem to me like I'm doing these kind of reports every month, but some of us here, it's been a year. So I've got the budget in there so you can kind of look over that 2025 budget. I've got cash flow reports. I've got all the balances in the restricted account, all the restricted projects and ministries we have going. And I also have, we just renewed our property insurance premiums, so I have a copy of that in there for you. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And I have the statements, first quarter statements for our 2 trust funds, the endowment fund and the sustainability trust fund. So those are all in the packet. But only 3 pages of it is narrative for me. So, that being said, since the last time we got together, one of our big things that we're dealing with is a budget deficit of $150,000, and that was back in 2024. And we were, trying to navigate that, and we put together a big Convention is that they did not renew the $150,000 for the health insurance. They did a little different deal. They gave us half of that, $75,000, added to the cash for the block grant. And then they worked it out with Church Pension Group to cut our medical premiums almost in half, really 40%, to make up that other $75,000 that they couldn't give us. Because they're dealing with budget stuff too. We're all in that position. CPG made good. The premiums came down, and we were able to manage. We managed to for the 2025 budget, we got the deficit down to $75,000 instead of $150,000. But I have to say that some of that, almost all of that, was really not things we did so much as one of the things that happened was the church insurance folks cut some of our coverage. And that's because you all know the state of our buildings. I want to talk about this because I want to be clear. We have liability coverage on all of our properties. We have liability coverage on all of our properties. What they cut out was full casualty coverage on some of the buildings, on actually quite a lot of them. And you can get details later. We have that information if you want it, which buildings are actually not fully covered. But what it means is that if we have a problem, like what happened to the hospitality house in the All Saints mission there, we will not be able to file a claim. So we've got some work to do. That's the building and grounds people, that's Leon Sampson and Jackie Lee. We're working on how to get funds together for us to fix some of these buildings up and get them back on full coverage. So we just talking about the hospitality house, that insurance claim ended up being $120,000 that they paid out to us to have that work done. And it's like a whole new building now. It's very nice. And we'll be able to get that building back on full coverage. But that's one of the reasons why we were able to cut our budget down, is we don't have as big an insurance premium for the next year. So that's part of it. Let me see what was the other part of that. There was something else. I'll probably come up to it. We stayed pretty close, despite the fact that we have a deficit. We had one last year and we have one this year. We're doing a pretty good job of staying within our budget. We are going to need to infuse our cash probably later this month in small increments. If you look at the cash flow report that's in your packet there, what I'm looking at is $5,000 to $10,000 in June, July, and August, to get us through the slower months of the year when our contributions tend to be a little on the low side. Once we get to October, November, December, when our contributions tend to pick up, because that's when one of our appeals goes out. So we will have to do something, and I do have some plans and strategies for how to do that. So, for example, we do have $30,000 left in the Sustainability Trust Fund. That's the trust fund that we pulled money from last year to get through last year. And we've got a little bit of money in there we can use again this year. So, are you clear on the property insurance piece? I want everyone to feel, not to walk out of here and feel like, well, we don't have any property insurance. It's just a casualty thing on some of our buildings.
Margaret?
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with liability.
Pardon me.
It has nothing to do with liability.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with liability. We have liability. Somebody gets injured on the property, in any of the buildings, everything will recover. But if a roof caves in on a building, and if somebody gets injured, we're covered. But we won't be able to put a claim in to fix the building. We'll have to find claims.
Thank you.
So you can. So, any other questions? allowing me to serve you in that role.
Thank you. We imagined a break at 10:30. It's almost that. Is this a good time for a break, or do you want to press on? Break. All right then. 15-minute break. Green paddle. 15-minute break, and then please be back so we can continue. Thank you.
Yaate, greetings.
Can you hear me back there? Okay. Die Bedürfnisse sind ja I serve as the standing committee president, and I was honored to continue serving in that role. So I'm grateful, and I serve with the elders, Anna Fowler, Maggie Brown, Margaret Finale, Otto Clergy, Leon Sampson, we're all the standing committee. So our ministry started several years ago, right before our late Bishop David Bailey's resignation. And then, so we started gathering together, moving forward. We actually had a retreat about how we were going to be a standing committee and how we were going to function as a community together to serve the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Retreats are really important because that's where you define your goals, how you're going to be community and ministry, how to set out your ministry together. And we also had a covenant, and we had a rule of life, if you will. And so sometimes things get kind of tense in standing committee because there's different ways of thinking. Listening to the people, bringing it together. So I encouraged the standing committee during that time, I said, listen to them to see how they want this to unfold. We're the vessel to carry it out. And so we were really able to do that ministry well together. We did have our, disagreements here and there, but the disagreements came together in a very beautiful way because we listened to each other. And so we continue to carry that work on together. So you set your goals, you set where you want to be. Timeline was one of our guides. We created a timeline early on from where we want to be, from where we started to where we wanted to be next and next and next. We stayed consistent with that timeline. And if we did go off the timeline just a little bit, it just meant that the Holy Spirit was moving us in a different way. And that's always good because it's good to go into the wilderness. That's where we find our true selves, where we find God, and as they say, the hidden goodness of the divine. The Holy Spirit speaks to us. So I know Pentecost is tomorrow, and I don't. So that's to keep that in mind, how the Holy Spirit moves us all together. So I'm very grateful to God and the Holy Spirit and for Jesus for being with us during this whole time of being standing committee together. So in your packet, I have the report. It basically tells you what we do as a standing committee. We're the bishop's council of advice. So anything that bishop needs, some sort of decision that he needs to make sometimes, he doesn't do it alone. He comes to us for advice, so we're that advice for him. And we do our best to do what the next steps might be. So, and then of course we take care of our checks and balances. There's certain things that we do to make recommendations to the council. And then we give consent to bishops that are elected in the whole Episcopal Church. So we meet in our standing committees for that, and it becomes part of our agenda when there's a consent that comes about. And then we also receive Commission on Ministry reports on ordination processes. So if anybody is in the ordination process, it comes to the standing committee, and the standing committee reviews the process and works closely with the Commission on Ministry. So in other words, if someone is in the process, they have to go through a whole line of checklists in order to get to the very end of the completion of a process towards ordination. And then that checklist and everything comes to us, and then we review it, and we actually can have a interview with the candidate, with the one who's in the ordination process, and then we give a thumbs up and we communicate that to the bishop. And so our ministry is really a lot with governance as well. So we deal with a lot of processes in the life of the church. We also receive bishop's resignation. Those of you who remember when Bishop put in his resignation, we first received it. And so we accept resignations of bishops. And then we also, as an area mission, what we did was we articulated our ministry to the presiding bishop, because as a Navajoland area mission at that time, the presiding bishop is actually our chief pastor. And so we continue to have close communications with our presiding bishop. So, and those are the roles. I know that in your future, as you continue as a missionary diocese, you'll have elections just like we did earlier. And those of you who feel called to serve on standing committee in your future, you go through a process, and that's going to be part of the missionary diocese way of doing ministry in church. So, Big Echo Dainish is the way I know, like our canons and constitution is how we function as our ministry. So part of the update is, as you remember, we had 3 mission streams, and we were tasked with those this past year, and we continued with it. The previous year, and then we continued with it into this year. So we really made progress, thanks to our timeline, kept us in place. So make sure that we have a deadline to here. We got to meet this place. So we took one item at a time. We didn't try to do all 3, because if we were doing all 3 at once, we would have been overwhelmed. And who knows, we probably wouldn't have completed some of our 3 streams. But that's what I think I heard Lester say something about. Sometimes the Holy Spirit moves us to become patient. It means to slow down, and we move in God's time, even though sometimes we feel like we're being pushed to meet a deadline at certain times. But I think as the net, we're used to that because we're able to slow down and taking time, and things unfold during God's time. So the mission statement unfolded in God's time. Most dioceses have a mission statement, and mostly sometimes they go through one setting of a retreat and they come up with their mission statement. But for us, it was different. We got done with our mission statement a little bit over a year. So we were all in retreat for over a year. And Canon Lee Curtis, if you remember from the Diocese of Rio Grande, came and facilitated our mission statement process. And he brought along his colleague, Reverend Simone Drinkwater. And they both worked on listening sessions. They went to the regions right before our convocation last year. They visited regions, and we were Zooming through the whole time, here and there. And then we reconnected back in the fall. We had another Zoom session with all the regions and leadership throughout. And finally, towards the end of the year, we realized that there was no more to say. We came up with four themes, if you remember. The four themes were the way, service, and healing. Those four themes were consistent throughout the three regions. So they got the higher markings, and everybody aligned with that. So when things align with that in a bigger way, with everybody's voice all together, that means that God is also aligning us with those themes. So we were already knowing what four areas we needed to work on, and that's how we finally called for a retreat. We finally called for a retreat with the standing committee and with the council. So we brought all those notes together, and we workshopped it over at the Hojon Center in Farmington. And it was a day and a half that we did this work. And finally, the elders and some folks who came together, and young adults, and all came together, and they flushed out the four themes, and then they started working it in the Diné language first, because that's our first language. So it started to evolve out of our ancestral language. Then later it became, we interpreted with the help of Canon Lee Curtis and Simone Drinkwater, Reverend Simone Drinkwater. And then they put it in English for us, and with the help of also Raina, who helped them to put it in English. So earlier you heard Maggie say the prayer, and then and it's in English too. And so these prayers is in our preamble now of the Constitution of the Episcopal Church, that which you passed at a special convention on May the 3rd of this past year. So we had a special convocation. You passed the Constitution and canons with the help of Steve Hutchinson, our Chancellor, Nancy Cohen, Chancellor of El Camino Real, and also Karen Aubrey, the Diocese of Rio Grande, who is, that we bishop nominated, appointed as our Chancellor. And I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Michael Glass, who is the Chancellor of the House of Deputies President, also helped us. So all these chancellors put the wordings together for us for the Constitution that the Standing Committee also went line by line, making sure that it was consistent with this mission statement, with the way how we were going to be a church together using our Constitution and canons. So that was our great accomplishment together as a whole, because you were all a part of it. We just helped make it, we workshopped it at the very end to come up to this. So I believe that the four themes are still in this mission statement. The theme of the way, the themes of the way, service, and healing. So that's in the mission statement. In the future, we will hope to unpack that a little bit more. But for now, we'll just be right here, and we'll think about what that might be, our mission ministry of the church. That will go, we'll unpack the mission statement to do that work. Secondly, the canons. So as soon as we got done with the Constitution, we jumped to the canons. Our standing committee worked very hard. We got together. Our standing committee met 2 times a month for almost 2 years. And we learned a lot from each other. We learned a lot about the Constitution and canons. We learned so much, and with Bishop Barry leading and being beside us, walking beside us, we learned so much. And so for 2 years, I don't know if there's any other standing committee out there that works extra hard as a standing committee, but I just want to say I applaud you and thank you so much for sticking to it. Even though there were times that it was so tiring, but I know that the Holy Spirit gave us all the energy to move it forward. So then we followed with the canons. We also did the same way of doing the canons, was we went line by line, made sure we were in agreement with all that and in line with the mission statement. So then the standing committee on May 22nd approved the final draft of the canons. And so the canons is later on today, this afternoon, the canons is going to be brought before you for you to vote on and say yes to, so that we can use that as our governance and structure moving forward as a missionary diocese. The third stream is the bishop election process. And so there also the standing committee appointed our consultant, Ann Hallisey, Reverend Ann Hallisey, to be our consultant in the process. And she will speak more to this. I believe she's on the agenda later this afternoon. And she will talk to you and explain more thoroughly where we are with the election process. But I can say at this point is that there is a search committee in place, and that she has been working with the search committee, and I'll let you know who is all in the search committee in her report later on this afternoon. And so that is where we are with the election process right now. So we're taking each streams one section at a time. And if we need time, we take the time. And so we do everything that we do through prayer. We listen and pray at each of our meetings. We make sure that we have scripture. Scripture is very important to the life of us Episcopalians, because that's where our answers are. Jesus wants us to move in a way that is going to be right and fitting for us in this day and time of the Missionary Diocese. And then, of course, we had a meeting with establishing a bishop for a full-time bishop with part-time duties. We are looking at a bishop that's going to be full-time, but with part-time duties, meaning that the bishop in our future may be a vicar in one of the regions and yet be a bishop at the same time. Much like the way Stephen was a bishop to us, Bishop Stephen. Stephen was the vicar of St. Christopher's Mission, but he was also bishop. And we worked on a budget that would best fit what the Missionary Diocese can afford at this time. And that includes, their pension, health care. We compared between a bishop that has a family and then a bishop that's single. So, you have to have those two in place. And so we talked more about what a budget might look like. And so Margaret did mention, I believe if you mentioned in your report that what we're looking at, a number that we might be looking at for, I believe that we need to set a precise number to that. But right now, that's what we're looking for. Because right now, in the life of the Missionary Diocese, we are not able to afford a full-time bishop and also have all our vicars, priests employed. We don't have that kind of funding. So just so you know, remember that we are establishing a budget for a full-time bishop with part-time duties. And then finally, special rules of order. There's a special rules of order of how to run a convention, and also there's a rules of order of how to elect a bishop. So there's processes on how you do that. So that is one of the things that we are also going to vote on, and it's attached to the canons. It's in the back. And so we also workshop that. We work that together as a community of the standing committee with the chancellors. And the rules of order was, we were really cutting this piece a little bit close together. So we finally approved the rules of order on June 5th, which was just a couple of days ago. And so now we're going to put the rules of order before you this afternoon with the canons. And finally in my report, the Standing Committee approved bishops' consents for the Episcopal Diocese of West Texas, West Missouri, Cuba, and Dallas this past year. And so this completes my Standing Committee report. And the canons and rules, remember, are in your packets, so I'm pretty sure that you all have them with you. I can't have on school. And again, please hold the Standing Committee in your prayers. Congratulate them when you see them out there. They're very committed, faithful followers of Jesus. They did such hard work, and I want to commend them for all of that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Canon Cornelia. Thank you. And before we go to next Commission of Ministry report of Program Learning Circle, could we queue up the video greetings? It would be good to have those. We're going to have them right after the break, but the break was going to come later after these items. So if we could arrange to have those right before my address, I would appreciate it. So, Reverend Kathleen, Commission on Ministry. Thank you. And Paula.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just going to explain what...
No, you can't take it back.
It's really short, I promise, and you can look it up online. Okay, the functions of the Commission on Ministry specified in the canon are to assist the bishop in determining present and future needs for ministry in the diocese, quote, and to help in enlisting and selecting persons for holy orders. Commissions are responsible for developing training and affirming lay ministries. They interview candidates before their ordination as deacons. They may also interview candidates before their ordination as priests, if requested by the bishop, and report to the bishop in each case. They assist the bishop in guiding and counseling deacons and other ministers, and they support matters related to the ongoing education of the clergy. The creation of commissions on ministry reflects the growing sense of the church that broad participation in decisions about all types of ministries is desirable and necessary. Currently, our Episcopal Church in Navajoland Commission on Ministry needs some re-strategizing. The Commission on Ministry Committee has not met since May 2024 due to the business of our Missionary Diocese of Navajoland, which required a significant amount of re-evaluation of committees within the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Therefore, now, there is no report as of yet for the Commission on Ministry members. The Commission does hope to have future involvement, especially in lay leadership and training. Yeah, this is my report.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Yate. I'm Reverend Colin Henson, and this is my home church. So nice to be in this building today. And so I'm the chair for the Hawaiian Learning Circle as of last year, 24. And at that time there was Evelyn Kanatobi, myself, Lily, Cheryl Mason, and Elsie Slim. So Bishop has assigned 2 from each region at this point, so he has just said our names earlier. And so we haven't really moved at all since I was assigned 2024. And the question always is, right, Hatisha, we have Hawaiian Learning Circle. And I was approached already by some of our new members. What is Hawaiian Learning Circle? Hatisha, Ada. And so, of course, I have Reverend Jerry Drino. He's our advisor, and I want to thank him for walking beside us, especially with Anna, Lily Henderson, myself, as we still go to him for advice. Jerry has very huge knowledge of Hawaiian Learning Circle. I was looking through documents, and in 2011 or so, there was a report that Anna made, very beautiful, and it seemed like it was the beginning of another step in Hawaiian Learning Circle. But right now, I just want to just kind of read a little bit of what is written here. The Hawaiian Learning Circle expresses the traditional Dene of gathering to discern what the Diyen, Creator God, calls us to see and know. This is Kat, and it is Lejone, beautiful, precious. Hawaiian Learning Circles is a space of healing, restoring us to Hajjo and Kat, drawing from 2 sacred streams, the Dene tradition, the ceremonies and chantways. When you think about the ceremonies and chantways, actually it's what we do in our ministry, in the church, in the Episcopal Christian way. The chantway could be singing the psalms, our hymns in Navajo. So also in our own way, as we know when we attend ceremonies and chants. So these two together go together. The net tradition and Episcopal Christianity through sacraments and scriptures. Eshi and Jeanette, these are gifts for the journey. Homebound Learning Circle is not a program or curriculum. There's no saying this is the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's a careful observation and listening. It's a process in that way of remembering what has been lost or forgotten, of setting right what has gone out of balance. It is a work of alignment, realignment with the blessing way, which Jesus called the kingdom within. It is a process of knowing, perhaps in a new way. We see this as weaving, each gathering a new strand as we weave a blanket, a rug. No two rugs or blankets are alike. They are not the same, but all rooted from a traditional pattern or an ancient pattern. The uniqueness of Hoan Learning Circle is in weaving these two traditions as an intimate relationship. As the prayer for the church says, page 540 in your book of common prayer, things which were cast down are being raised up, and things which can have grown old are being made new. All things are being brought up to their perfection. Reminds us of a walk now, right? Our new walk together. And if you go back to your the statement, relationship, Ashanan, we have to, I think, really look at this and remember who we are as the net, and remember that, what is it? Fatela wasn't long. You know, these things we have to step back and really rethink, what is that thing saying to us? Instead of just reading it, go deep within and remember these things, which is our identity. As we move into the new year, we pray that each time we gather, as we are today, we will recognize ourselves as part of the Hoan Learning Circle. All of us in unity are one. We are one in a circle. Called to listen, to retrieve what has been lost or cast down, and to weave a new pattern of the threshold of the future.
Thank you. Thank you both. Are we able to see the video viewers? Okay, please turn your attention to the screen.
Ya'ate. Greetings to my friends in Navajoland. I'm Bishop Susan Brown Snook of the Episcopal Diocese of San Diego, and I'm pleased to offer this greeting to the convention of the new Missionary Diocese of Navajoland. I was so glad to visit your beautiful diocese last year with other women bishops, to meet many of your people, to hear about your history and your traditions, and to appreciate the beauty of your land. I have told many people since then about the Episcopalians I met there, and the words and the concepts that I learned, like Hojon, the Navajo word for peace. Please know that I will be praying for God's peace and for God's discernment to be with you at this convention. Blessings to you all.
Greetings to the first ever convention of the Missionary Diocese of Navajoland from your siblings in the Episcopal Diocese of Arizona. We'll be keeping you in our prayers this weekend as you embark upon a new way of following Jesus as the church. We're grateful for the many ways and we have relationships between our two dioceses, and we look forward to continuing that work in this new configuration. So be blessed, and may Jesus truly be present with you in your work today.
Greetings to you, Missionary Diocese of Navajoland, from Alaska, where we are just with you in spirit and in joy, and sending our prayers on this wonderful occasion of your first convocation as the newly designated Missionary Diocese of Navajoland. We just pray that the Spirit is with you and fills all that you do in this convocation.
Good morning to all our friends in the Missionary Episcopal Diocese of Navajoland, and greetings from all your siblings in the Diocese of South Dakota. May the Holy Spirit of God, our blessed Creator, be with you all as you gather for your first ever Diocesan Convention. And may that same Spirit, whose day we celebrate this Pentecost Sunday, light your way and guide each and every one of your steps. May your convention celebrations be long. May all the speeches be short. And may the decisions you make and the actions you take lead you and all of us into a brighter tomorrow. God bless you.
The Episcopal Church in Navajoland, Yatehe, I bring you greetings from the Episcopal Diocese of El Camino Real, your friends along this journey as we minister together in the places where we are called. We enjoy working with you, and we wish you a great success in your convocation this year. We hope you enjoy being together and know that we are holding you in prayer as you meet.
Hello, my friends in Navajoland. This is the Reverend Mary Christ. I am so happy for you on this very special day, a holy day, a happy day, and a historic day. May everything go well. May all of your plans be executed just the way you hope that they will be. May you be patient with one another and feel the love of the Creator and feel the love of all of us who respect you so much. God bless you. God keep you safe. We pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
O God of grace and glory, we remember before you this day our brother Dave. We thank you for giving him to us, his family and friends, to know and to love as a companion on our earthly pilgrimage. In your boundless compassion, console all who mourn. Give us faith to see in death the gate of eternal life, so that in quiet confidence we may continue our course, our path on earth, until by your call we are reunited with those who have gone before. Through Jesus Christ, hard to believe it's been nearly a year since we said our goodbyes to Bishop Dave. It's hard to believe it's been 2 years since we began this bridge crossing together in this place with the installation service at which Bishop Dave handed me the crosier for Navajoland. Look at how far we've come on the bridge. Last June I said to you that I believed God had placed our feet in a very large room. I'm sure you all remember the bishop's address from last June. Those were the words spoken at my ordination to the priesthood. The bishop said, God's putting your feet in a very large room, and he meant there's a lot of freedom and to be creative and to explore. Sometimes it doesn't always feel that way, but it's true. And we've been put in a large room. We've been given freedom to create new things, new ways of being church, rooted in traditional Navajo ways. And the rest of the Episcopal Church really needs this opportunity to learn from us. Soon after we were all together in Farmington for Convocation 48 a year ago, many of us then went on to Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, where our petition to become a missionary diocese was approved with great celebration. It was a glorious affirmation of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland by the whole Episcopal Church, and a time of great joy. Since General Convention, as you've heard from Canon Cornelia, it's been a time of a lot of work, most especially the work of the 3 streams, the mission statement, the Constitution and canons, and the bishop election. That mission statement stream flows from the reality that God has a mission. We heard a hint of it in the opening prayer, where it talked about God having a plan of salvation and being at work in the world, raising things up and making things new, and all of that is part of that plan. God is at work to restore and renew and perfect all things. God has a mission. There's no mission of the church apart from that. The church exists to help God do God's mission. We're partners with God. God has a mission, and this Easter reminds us God's mission is always the most important thing for us to be paying attention to. That's what the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ is all about. If we want to focus on the main thing, there it is. Keep the main thing, that's it. The church exists to help God carry out that mission as partners with Jesus Christ in his work by the power of the Holy Spirit. Tomorrow is the start of the Pentecost season, and that's here to teach us that, all about that. The point being that the ongoing work of discerning and doing mission has to be the constant priority for God's people. We don't just do a mission statement, check the box, and then put it on the shelf. In fact, what we've been doing, this wasn't in the plan. It was the Holy Spirit at work to give us a mission statement. We said we needed to be clear on our mission, and then we'll do structure, and then we'll do organization, and then we'll figure out program, all of that in the light of the mission. You know what the purpose is, and then we'll create those things. So we don't fall into the trap of giving all of our time and attention to perpetuating the structures and the things that we've created. Those things are to help us carry out the mission. That's where our focus is. So as we were going about that, we found that what emerged was a prayer. That was a surprise. That wasn't the plan. That was God at work, saying to us, if you really care about my mission, you're committing to a way of life. You're also with us in his personal devotions. That full year process that Canon Eaton described, I will confess to you, I was a little impatient at times. My non-Navajo self. Why are you not in here? Did I? No, I wasn't too obvious. But God gave us grace to give this work the time it needed. And the right words came at the right time, and it was God's time. Boy, let's never forget that lesson, ever. We've been given a mission statement that is truly a gift of the Holy Spirit, and not only to Navajoland, but to the whole church. And in praying it, and in working it, living it, it's just like the promises we make at baptism. We describe a way of life that we need to live, and then we've got to do the work of living it. And there've got to be those moments when we come along alongside each other gently and find a way to say, how's it going? How's it going with living those promises? And how can we support each other in the living of those promises? Well, then 2nd Street, Constitution and Canons. These days, as presiding Bishop Sean has said to us, a lot of dioceses are finding that the familiar structures and ways of being church aren't working so well anymore. Remember he said, no, then why do you want to be like them? Be yourself. And you can show the church that there are other ways of being church. And so, we're working on canons to go along with the Constitution that we've created, approved, with the help of the many people that Canon Cornelia has named. Today we'll work on those canons and continue to see how the three streams are giving birth to things that are both totally new to the Episcopal Church and unique to Navajoland. Truly, our feet have been set in a very large room. It's only been a few weeks since we received that mission prayer, approved that Constitution, and now we're into the election of a bishop. The 3rd stream is well underway. You'll hear more about that this afternoon. You'll hear more about that stream. And our work on 2 of the 3 streams having produced something really good for the Episcopal Church, I have to think this 3rd stream will too. If you keep it in your prayers, if you give yourself over to the important work of discerning. I saw in the profile for the search for a bishop for the Diocese of Los Angeles, they said to everyone, God has already chosen our new bishop. We just need to be praying for that person to hear the call, and for ourselves to discern the call that God's given. It is a work of prayer. It's also a risky time in the life of a diocese. It's a risky time for us here, because it can potentially become a time of division, conflict and division. I've seen how a certain amount of division is kind of baked into Navajoland, because there were 3 regions that were yoked together 40 years ago. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think anyone was, those regions was screaming out, please yoke us with the other regions, so we can be church with them. The folks higher up in authority and power drew a circle around you all and said, you're the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Go and prosper. I think there's always been that to deal with, that dynamic. Plus there's always everywhere, there's a natural congregation gravitational pull inward. The average person in the pews on Sunday morning isn't thinking of themselves as something bigger. They're noticing, what the priest is up to here and now. The local is what governs most people's attention. This is a time for us to be mindful of the things that pull us apart. We must all take care not to allow ourselves to become obstacles to the work that God is trying to accomplish. It means that old feuds and grudges and jealousies and resentments can't be allowed to get in the way. We need to find ways to do the work of reconciliation and of healing, and not to let those things get in the way. They have no place in the body of Christ. They weaken it, and they are soul-numbing and soul-killing. God forbid we should let our sad divisions contaminate the deeply spiritual work of discerning who it is that God is calling to be Bishop of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Our theology of bishops says that the bishop is a symbol, a living symbol of the unity of the church, just as Christ is a symbol of our unity in God. Let the one who from the cross prayed, Father, forgive them, be our teacher and our guide in this time. In his name, by his power, we set out to walk in harmony. Where we have fallen short of the goal he set for us, strayed from his path, we seek forgiveness and wholeness. Without these things, our life can never be more than partial, our joy never complete. And the fullness of our Creator's blessings are not fully available to us. God reveals to us that we are connected so deeply that we need each other in order to be who we are, our true selves, with all the worth and dignity, all the glory with which our Creator has made us. That's what you've been teaching me about Ket. Love binds us in relationship to all creation. In the beauty way, all is restored again. The bridge building, bridge landing rather, the bridge landing, the place where you get off the bridge, it's the place where the three streams converge. That landing is now in view. This time next year you will gather in love, or maybe you'll decide you're going to do the whole thing online in one day. Other dioceses do that. Remember that you can experiment. But in any case, the person in that spot where I was sitting, the person presiding, chairing, God willing, will be your new diocesan bishop, chosen and elected by you. Chairing that meeting as your provisional bishop is trying hard to do today. It's way too soon for goodbyes. Please don't go there yet. Please, please. But to imagine that day next June is to imagine more concretely where this bridge is going. We still have a lot of work to do to get there. But remember how Bishop Hahn 2 years ago stood right here. He stood right here and said, people of Navajoland, don't get stuck on the bridge. Keep moving across the bridge like you have been so admirably. I'm grateful for so many friends, such as the ones you heard from just now in the videos, and the members of our standing committee and our general convention deputation and our chancellor, his team, our staff, our clergy, our vicars, lay congregation leaders who have led us this far. friendship and support of our presiding bishop and his staff, Chief Lester being with us. Our companion dioceses in the four corners have been close companions, along with numerous congregations and individuals throughout the Episcopal Church. We are so blessed to be making this journey with such faithful companions. 40 years to get here. 40 years. Let us also remember and give thanks for an earlier generation that began this work, the builders and leaders who served faithfully and then passed the torches and tools along. We give thanks to God for the ancestors and elders who began this journey. They have been crossing the bridge with us. It's just like the hymn says, "'Tis grace that brought us safe thus far, and grace will lead us home." Amazing grace, amazing journey. Get ready to sing that hymn with great joy when you reach the bridge, landing of that bridge, the other side. We must all take care. We must all take care, continue the work. When we step off the bridge at last, I hope we'll hear God saying to us, "Well done, good and faithful servants." When I consider what might be possible as the Episcopal Church in Navajoland lives into its mission, develops its ministries, tries new things, and shares the wisdom gained from that experience with the whole Episcopal Church, I am greatly honored and happy and blessed to be crossing this bridge with you. Having served this church, the Episcopal Church, for many years now, I am excited to be in this work with you. You are a gift to this church, and you are hope for its future. This is an especially sacred time. So my charge to you as we complete the crossing of this bridge is still this. Remember, God has placed your feet in a very large room. May not always feel like it, but it's true. So focus on the mission. Stay together and keep moving forward. God's help. Thank you. God bless you. Now we continue with our reports. Who's next on the agenda? Southeast region, you're on.
Hello again. I should say my clans this time, right? Asche, Mishle, Logobashichi, Bedahni, Dashichi, Hachi, Dashinala, but Ardenan, Sanishan. Seheged is a sin shand a que so Shilanish Benigi Benia Kone Shanaha. I don't know, Shanasha. Wah. I'm all scared to talk Navajo because my mommy's sitting here. So, I have this report, and I kind of went along with the way way we were doing our reports for Economic Development Corporation, and where we are given guidelines of how to give a report. So the first line item on it is name of ministry program. Vicar of Good Shepherd Mission and Vicar in the Southeast region of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Second, activities, projects, and programs. Clergy engaged in all Episcopal Church in Navajoland official meetings such as ECN Council, Economic Development Committee, Friends of Navajoland, and Commission on Ministry. Clergy, this goes for both clergy here at Southeast Region. We are on the board of Province 8 as co-chair for, no, that's just me, co-chair for Cluster 2A Multicultural Committee. Also, clergy is in the General Convention Commission of A127 resolution for telling the truth about the Episcopal Church's history with Indigenous boarding schools. On the parish level, the vicar engages in parish council meetings, monthly, weekly GSM staff meetings, Good Shepherd Mission staff meetings. Since the start of the pandemic, the clergy has also been involved with food distribution to in need with ready-made boxes that we are maintaining, and we are maintaining a number of 50 or so families at this time. Number 3, successes. Food distribution continuing thanks to a family living on campus. They have volunteered some time during the week to help run the now called Good Samaritan Food Pantry. This Easter season, we have received 4 new members to our Good Shepherd mission through baptism, and 2 are eager to involve themselves with the music part of the church. St. Mark's has been bustling with fundraising activities for families attending doctor's appointments, and the congregation's children live far states and need help with traveling costs to stay connected to families. Navajo hymnal study and church music became a common staple to our Advent, Lent, and Easter season, though we will postpone for our summer season. It was exciting to be able to gather and learn new hymns together while at the same time healing our souls through songs. Number 4, our challenges. Continued maintenance of our buildings is a continued challenge. Reverend Leon, as ECN's grounds and property manager, has been involved with bids with contractors for future repairs for our parish hall building and Thorn building. These plans are still being fleshed out. Reverend Leon did, however, gain a grant to fix our roads on Good Shepherd Mission campus, in which gravel was purchased to fix the roads on our campus. Policies and procedures research for our ever-evolving parish council, or Bishops' Committee, Episcopal Church Women of Navajoland Committee, and Youth Ministry Committee. The new Missionary Diocese will play a huge role on how things will change with these vibrant committees at the Southeast region. Number 5, our future plans. A total ministry model is greatly needed at Good Shepherd Mission. The clergy is yet to establish formation for the altar guild committee, continued lay leadership such as assigned readers for Sunday services, a hospitality committee to lead coffee hour, and fellowship after church services. We are also yet to find someone to lead Sunday school for our school-age children who attend church on Sundays, formation for baptisms and confirmations. Which then brings us to ECW, or the Episcopal Church Women in Navajoland, and their slow process of starting up, and their ministry and involvement for the Southeast region, and possibly showing a model for all the regions. So far, the group's strategies have been meeting every second Sunday with an invitation sent out to the Utah region women to join by Zoom conferencing. The women are planning to create a logo to best represent their ministry. Last, but not in the least important, the development of our youth ministry program that will be ongoing throughout the year. leading up to the summer vacation Bible school or travel to mission partners, vacation Bible school camps in their diocese. Overall, organizing the rules, policies, so that there is a working youth ministry program happening for the Southeast region on a regular basis, a future plan as well as a challenge. This ends my report. Yeah.
Thank you. Reverend Michael Sells, San Juan region.
(2024) began with water damage to the hospitality house. It was completely flooded. Mold grew. It was disheartening. I called the treasurer. She consoled me and asking her to call insurance. And right away she called our Wes, and we just went through the steps. And we welcomed our first pilgrims a couple months ago from Massachusetts, and it's a lovely place now, and we're moving to an Airbnb model rather than $25 per night per person. It should cover cleaning and electricity. Thankful to a Bishop's Committee that pretty much giving a fine tune to income and expenses, and keeping track of, and of course to the bookkeeper, keeping track of our expenses such as utilities and water. We, in the midst of 2024, we've gone through a long, ongoing project of being proactive. Since I started at All Saints, they were running on, it's a 1950 furnace. They were running on one little furnace, and someone tried to, they tried to put some stuff together to get the furnace moving. So I was always leery about it shutting down, and what would we do for worship if that furnace ever shut down. And when I came to All Saints, they also had dreams of renovating their kitchen downstairs, which was led by the previous vicar, Chan. And we had some leadership failure on our Bishop's Committee at All Saints, and one of the junior warden had to step up for our senior warden. And through her great leadership, she invited her sister, and she became our treasurer, and she got this thing rolling. And we did that. On top of that, they were handling the renovations in the kitchen, the mini splits upstairs, and I didn't feel like it should overload with the water damage to the hospitality house. And so West and Margaret pretty much did that while I was feet on the ground. So, thanks to the great leadership of our Bishop's Committee, we now have highly efficient HVAC and mini splits upstairs. And I just learned when I was at the hotel that State of New Mexico is offering refunds for if you install, nonprofits install high efficiency HVACs and mini splits, so we need to get on that. When I first started at All Saints, it was hot. It was hot in that little office, and I said, "Man, at least I have somewhat of an office from the missionaries that were before me." But it was hot. The sweat would just drip down my face while I was working there. So I started during COVID. I switched over to my office and switched over to my apartment, and it's been a slow transition back to my office. It's a really nice office to work in. Thank you. And I didn't check on, that's why I didn't check on my desk. Also, it was very hot. It's nice to have ice air conditioning. In the midst of 2024, heaters were installed at St. Michael's. Electric work was upgraded. In addition to that, I saw Loretta here. We had roofs put on the parish hall at St. Luke's. Previously to that, as a brand new vicar, and I left it up to others. In the past, I knew that mission people came to work on the buildings. It wasn't really quite up to par, and they said they could get the building done. It just, I guess the winds in Buffalo or Carson are very strong, so there was the group from Texas had raised money to replace the roof, and that just didn't last. And so, through the friendships of the former vicar there, Inez, and redeveloping a relationship with the church in Pagosa Springs, St. Patrick's, and to getting together some professionals to redo the work, they installed a metal roof on the parish hall, and redid the work that's been done on the chapel at St. Luke's a second time. And this time they, like this building up here I'm looking at, the V does stick outside the window, outside the building, and so some wind and snow and rain would come in and was deteriorating the north wall, and so they fixed that. As part of our buildings and grounds, it seems like on our clergy meetings, I've confessed to the bishop and to his leadership that I really didn't, my energy and impetus to become a clergy person wasn't to do buildings and grounds and do administrative work. My impetus was to read the scriptures, be there as spiritual support for anyone who came into the office, and to do hospital visits, something that I really like doing as just down the road at San Juan Region. And so I focused that on this year, but you can see my last year was just a nightmare with the renovations in the church and the water damage. And on top of that, furnaces going out and people calling me saying, you know what, you're the vicar, our building's falling apart, so do something. And I'm like, you know what, this is your church and this is your bishop committee, do something. And so finally they're getting to develop some ownership into the church, and they wanted to take control of their own finances at one of the churches. And I said, you know what, you don't even have a treasurer at your church. Why don't you find a treasurer, why don't you find a stable senior warden and junior warden, and maybe have somebody take the minutes so I could actually read what's going on in your church. And so they thought about it. It took like 3 to 4 months, and they kept on thinking about it. Finally, they decided to do some of the work that I've explained to most of you do. So that took a lot of pressure, a lot of stress off my back. In addition to all this commotion, I was thrown on as a vice president of All Saints San Juan Mission, New Mexico. We are doing our best as little tiny churches. We have about, at one church we have about, we see 3 to 4 people. At another church we have about 6 to 7 people. And at the main church we have about 30 people. And so we try to stay faithful to them. And I think it's well reflected in our parochial reports. And Margaret's going to say, what parochial reports do you feed? But, you know, we can only do so much, and the rest is God's.
Thank you. And the interim vicar in Utah region, Jack Chase.
One thing I recognized when I came here in 2020 in the Utah region is that there were a lot of talented people there. And so when I came back after being there for 1.5 years and being in Farmington for 2 years, I recognized that one of the things we really needed to do is move from a clergy-directed mission to being a lay-led mission that was clergy-supported. And so during the period of 2024, we didn't change much. We continued the way things had been, but working on training and education of how the church works, and all these other things that we're doing alongside of, walking alongside of the three streams that the bishop referred to, and trying to meld those all back in, how do those things apply to the local church? One thing we realized after numerous trips out to St. Mary's Moonlight with Margaret and one other person, going out there and waiting and trying to set different times with them, and they agreed to the time when we'd be out there, we decided that it was kind of not going to happen out there because most of the people out there work in the hospitality industry. It's very, very difficult for them to have a time to be available, particularly on Sundays. So we still have in advance a new model for how to approach St. Mary's Moonlight. Haven't given up on it. There is some interest out there, but we decided to concentrate on St. John's and St. Christopher's. So Paula is in leadership in St. John's, and she may have some things to add to what I have to say here. But our whole focus over the last year and a half has been working on trying to move away from clergy directed, as I said, to a lay directed, clergy supported. So we began this year with the election of a regional council for the first time in a long time. And we actually elected people from the three areas. And we trained on what the function of a regional council or a bishop's committee would be. Margaret Benally agreed to continue as the senior warden, or bishop's warden, and she was nominated by me and approved by the bishop to be the bishop's warden. A woman by the name of Linda Maryboy agreed to be elected to be the clerk and was elected as such. Meanwhile, we've had teachings by Reverend Catherine, and Reverend Catherine has also helped out considerably during ordinary time, and we'll be getting back into ordinary time again by twice a month, holding a healing service in the midst of the Holy Eucharist, which is a really good place to have a healing service, right, just before the peace. And that was really well received and brought people in, and people were very, very pleased to have Reverend Catherine's service of healing in there, which we combined with the normal Episcopal service of healing, so it was really trying to do a blending of the Episcopal and traditional. We continue to hold regional staff meetings, and we've changed the titles of some of the people who work there and some of the times. Walter Shirley is now called the Buildings and Grounds Manager for all three regions. We're still doing a lot of maintenance work out at St. Mary's, and that continues, as well as maintenance work at the other two churches that are more active. Diane then has been moved to slightly over half-time to be the hospitality manager, and she also volunteers as the food distribution leader. We still have, as here, we have up there a need for food boxes. That continued after COVID, and so one of the two classroom buildings, the one that's not used as Winter Chapel, is used as our food bank. And Diane and Margaret together were on that very diligently. In fact, yesterday before we headed out here, Margaret got a call at, 6:30 in the morning, and she went over there. She made 4 trips to the campus before getting out here. So that's an ongoing need in our community, and the people are stepping up, and they're bringing in other volunteers, which is important too. So we've also had help with some of our visitor groups who have donated quite a bit of time in helping us with keeping track of all of the buildings and grounds and all of the ministries we have going on out there. We have a strong schedule of visitors this season. The tiny houses finally got into operation in the fall, and we actually started putting people in there this spring. There's still more work to be done on them, but mostly they're habitable, and we earn money from them, and we're now just doing little improvements. We've had help from a name most of you know. Newmark. And he's helping with several things and brought some versions out. He's also found us a well engineer who is working with Walter and is going to replace the well, replace the pressure tank on the well at St. Mary's, which blew up. And he's going to put a pressure valve on our artesian well, that's coming up in a week or so. We've already had groups from Lexington, Massachusetts, a large group. It was mainly concentrated at St. John's from Virginia. We had people from San Antonio, Texas, come out here and work with the Texas Water Board and basically scouting. We had a group recently from San Marcos, Texas, who came in. They brought an arborist with them. The priest had come out earlier for a 2-day stay to kind of talk with us and find out what we needed. One of the things, we had a lot of dead cottonwood trees. We had some other trees that needed some trimming to save them. And so this guy came out full of energy and cut down trees and trimmed other trees and took some of the dangers we had with some trees falling on buildings, which is always a worry out there. We've also had a Colorado deacon and lay pastor leader come out and talk to our folks. During the visit of another thing, we have Rashawn Ramon from Indigenous into Varsity is coming out in a week. And then we have a group from St. Mark's in Washington, D.C., with whom we've developed a relationship over the last 2 years. It started back in 2023 when I first had got back over there. And they were talking about what they wanted to do in the future, and I asked them, would they consider bringing Navajo youth to Washington, D.C. and hosting them. And they did that last summer. And so this year, their group is coming out. And they're going to overlap with another group that's going to be doing the BBS, and they're going to participate in the BBS. The Marcoma folks are coming out. So we're going to be really, really busy in the next few weeks. We took a respite for 2 weeks there for that. And then we finally are going to have the Texas Water Mission bringing a group out here to work. And one of the pleasures of that is one of their volunteers is a retired bishop, and he's the bishop who ordained me priest. So it's going to be a great reunion to see Bishop High out here. I'm hoping he's able to make it. He's in his 80s. He's great old priest and great old bishop. The community garden has taken up last year. It was very, very successful. We had a lot of people, really, truly a community garden. We have several leaders stepped up, and one of them has actually reintroduced herself in the Episcopal Church and become active in the church, Irene. And so we have representation in both Ghana and Benin in that garden. The garden is had a slow start this year, probably because of weather, but it's picking up and things are growing. I even have a box this year. The Utah Natural Resources Division has contacted us and has been working with me and with Walter, and they're going to establish a wood pile for firewood distribution and we have a place set up, and we actually have some firewood, thanks to the arborists, already there that they can add to. For this winter, we hope to have plenty of firewood to be able to distribute to elders. Safeguarding, we began online training in May. Ryan came out and helped us with that. We got people started. People are doing the courses online bit by bit, and we hope to have everybody in leadership positions to do the required training, and I'm pushing that. We have several ongoing issues. One of the big issues is St. John's Church building. The insurance company came in and said the roof there was not viable, and they didn't think that the foundation was viable. So we hired a local contractor / engineer who came out and did an evaluation. Originally going to charge me, he hasn't submitted a bill for that but he basically estimated the roof was safe at this time, but come weather event, it may not become safe. And he also said the foundation and the erosion around the foundation needed a lot of work. He recommended that the amount of money that would have to be spent to bring that totally back up to being viable for a number of more years is probably more than it would cost to build the new building. So that's something we're going to have to engage with going forward, and where we find the money. At the same time, we have dreams for the clinic, where Walter and 500 other babies were born, and that's going to be an expensive thing. The good thing from the engineering, we had 2 different engineering evaluations done, one by Jack Reed's engineer, and another one done by an engineer who was hired by a restoration group that restores old buildings. And they said the building is basically sound except for the roof. But it's a big building, and to bring it up to code electrically and plumbing as well as putting a new roof on is probably going to be pretty much close to $500,000. So we're looking at that. We have a lot of plumbing and water issues. I've already mentioned some of them. That's an ongoing thing, keeps Walter really busy. And as those of you who know, it's very hard sometimes to get tradespeople from outside to come in. So we've been dealing with what we can get by to get that work done. And Father Perry has been very helpful with that, as have two characters. They are really characters. They're wonderful people. One is a professional engineer, a water engineer named Les Shepard, and there's another guy named Carmine, who's a good old paisan from New York. And the 2 of them come out there and work their butts off, and they come out on regular time. They really enjoy working with Walter in particular. So they've been a big help to us. So we have hopes that our water issues will be eventually resolved. We have to restore, we're now in the process, and Leon's been helping us a little bit with this, and restoring the water system to Home of the Old Farm. We had, if those of you don't know, we had an issue right after I arrived. Out there, we got notified by Utah that all our water rights had been revoked. And so we got with our trustee chancellor. He jumped all over that. He had a lawyer, employed for the Diocese of Utah named Rick Booth. And Rick went ahead and straightened most of it out. He's still in the process of doing that. But one of the things, we have riparian rights on the river for Home of the Old Farm. And we really have to get that introduction. We really tried to do it this year. If you go 7 years without using your water rights, you lose them. All the other rights, he is rewriting our licenses as we speak, and he's making good progress. He found an ally in the Utah government, and it's the lieutenant governor. She's very supportive of what we're doing, and so that's helping. We still have a problem with NTUA getting water to Mother Catherine's new house across the river. There's all kinds of land disputes going on there to run the pipeline. So Mark Maryboy has been engaged a little bit on that, and also the Sampson family is now in their corporations. Hopefully they'll be able to work on some of that. And finally, we're working on trying to, Walter's very concerned because of his age that there's nobody to replace him. So we're hoping to hire someone in the open part-time position we have that might be able to step up. So we have applications out, and we're waiting to see what happens with that. And meanwhile, we're probably going to hire a young man who's already worked for us, whose mother is very active on our campus, and hire him part-time for the summer to help Walter out. It's much too much work for one person up there, all that we do. And with that, I'll invite Paula to, yes. I said they're open and we're using them. And we had a fire pit built out there for one of the groups. And so they're up and running. And they're usable for what we don't know. They have a double bed with by the Capsule Lodge. They upgraded queen-size beds, so we have relatively new double beds in there. And we have basic furnishings. We have a mini kitchen with a fridge. We're going to put, plans are to put the enhancements to put a small microwaves in there. There's also a bathroom. It's kind of what I call, on a boat, they call a wet head. It's a bathroom with a shower and a toilet in close proximity to each other, so you have to wipe down the toilet and take a shower. It works, it's functional, and people who own, rich people who own boats have those kind of things on their boats. So, that's all I have. Anything else, Mark? You want to add to that? So I'll turn it over to Paula. She's going to talk about some of the other things going on at St. John's. About the floor, next week.
As long as I don't step on his toes, I'm fine. I'm just kidding. I need to get along. Well, would be nice to have Lily Henderson stuck up here, if she's okay with it. She kind of puts me in my place in Navajo. St. John the Baptizer, we talk Navajo, I tell you. And for the world, we've been making cedarberry bead necklaces for months, and people order, and we keep, we even started going to flea markets looking for cedarberry beads. And so today, I still don't know how to say cedarberry bead. Was it? Oh, just when I get to my head, I'll call it differently over here. So the highlight today, well, this is Linda Henderson. I mean, I need to eat. Anyway, I'm getting really tired, and I'm diabetic, so I'm losing it now. Well, anyway, Lily Henderson. So she's the retired lay pastor, and she still is very active in the church, such as our warden from St. John's, and I can't call her warden, right? Jack, if I would call her Jack. So she's sitting over there as well. Evelyn Cantobi. So the highlights, as Kathleen was saying, how she set up her report, and I did this in this way. The highlights for St. John the Baptizer in Montezuma Creek, Utah, and Eshiaga Masakoyea. And so I hear different stories as to why they call it cat in Navajo, as he's looking at me. So that the place is called Musa. Musa is cat. And so they call Montezuma Creek Musa de St. John the Baptizer. There's a better name for it too. Original name. Doji Po Tahine. That's what they call it. Doji Po Tahine. Okay. Musa is just a nickname. Yeah, but a lot of people say Musa. And that's how they describe the place. So at St. John the Baptizer on Sundays, continuing today at 10 a.m., even every Sunday at 10 a.m., we have Sunday services. Tuesday we have crafts. That's where we were doing cedarberry bead necklaces for months. And there were orders coming in, and finally we couldn't find any of those cedar berries anymore. And we thought we'd go find some trees and hunt for them, but we were at the stage where I said, I can even kneel down and pick cedarberry beads. I would have to find something to get up on. So that wasn't going to work. And so one of the groups that did order a whole batch of them was from the Diocese of Arizona. So we kind of stretch out our reaching out our arms to these places. And so currently we are making jewelry boxes made of canvas and using various colors of yarn. And when yarn comes in and canvases, They're from Venice, Florida. This couple happened to come into St. John the Baptizer, and it was an elderly couple with a Presbyterian church. As of today, they are our partners there, and the minister actually got a hold of me, and so she's our contact, and other people, other ladies from that church. They knit or crochet prayer shawls, and they make lap blankets and beanies. So we have been receiving those, and I've been storing them, and at some point I take them out to the nearby nursing centers or give it to our elders in the community. And so and that is really something for us at St. John the Baptizer, because we're at this place where there's just one gas station, a dollar store, and a lot of world work is going on, and they're building a roundabout, is that what it's called? So it's just going to be really a wonderful, nice road that they're rebuilding the roads wider. And so morning prayers, I'd like Lily to say something about our morning prayers on Thursdays. And we say the morning prayers from the Book of Common Prayer, and then we include the net Bible, and this is where the study kicks in, and that's at 10 a.m. on Thursdays. So we studied the 3 readings for the following Sunday, and we also in that morning prayer we kick in that little booklet, what is it called, a discipleship Bible study. And in Navajo, it's interesting when the Navajo elderly come together, and Lily is a really good, really great, very, very good person that knows her stuff. So in Navajo, it's always in Navajo, and the first question would be in the study, and they really think hard, and then they actually respond. The ladies, the next question is, what is it saying to you? So it's really beautiful. It's going to be, if you're doing this, you have to have patience. A lot of patience. And so it's just really beautiful and wonderful to be in that place, because I've learned a lot from the ladies. These ladies are all clans. They're clanship. They have ethic. They're all my mothers. They're all my fathers. And it's just up with able. So can you say something? Okay. And so it's just really just a warm thing, a beautiful, warm, precious feeling there. And so what we have been doing, maybe 3 of us, we go out and do pastoral calls to our shepherds. Lately we've been having to visit people with injuries or surgeries, and we take communion and we pray for them, and it's just it's not like week after week, but sporadic, and it's just really a warm feeling to enter the our community. I noticed that I heard on the radio or in the paper that at Mexican Water Chapter there was a meeting on March 25th, and now there's a road, that Highway 89 from Flagstaff to White Mesa, 89, Highway 89. That road is being used by Pinyon Plains Mine. And so let me just read this. I attended a Mexican Water Chapter meeting. The chapter house is located on Highway 89, which is the highway from Flagstaff to Bluff, Utah. The Navajo Nation Energy Fuels Incorporated and Pinyon Plains Mine signed an agreement for a mining company to transport uranium ore on this road to White Mesa, Utah, which is between Bluff and Blandy. Located about 30 miles north of Bluff, Utah, this White Mesa, Utah. It's the Utes' land. This is the only fully licensed and operating conventional uranium mill in the United States. The trucks are now going through Havasupai lands, Hopi lands, and Navajo Nation. And so these trucks are carrying uranium ore. The trucks are now going through these lands. The people at this meeting, I actually attended the meeting, and I believe KTNN was there, and a lot of journalists, or whatever you call them, they were present, and it was a big thing. The people at the meeting were very upset, as much as them live along these roads. There were many speakers who recalled Navajo uranium workers who have died of cancer or other illnesses, and Navajos that are still living on the land with tailings. They were to have more meetings, but I never went back. But I think it's important that maybe the young people in the churches get involved in these type of things, so they'll know what's happening in their community. It was different for me when I attended. Anyway, so the other thing is, the other highlight is pilgrimage, a group that comes through Utah region, and this is Carol Mayer of Virginia. And so right now, Diane Ben, she's the contact person for the lodging and also others. So people reach out to her to make lodging arrangements, and then they start planning. And eventually, they come through St. John the Baptizer. So there, Lily, I, and others that are available during the weekday, or even on Sundays, we have the groups come by, and there we have a talking circle. We have healing prayers, and we have lunch, and we do crafts, and it's beautiful. It's very, very, I think we heal ourselves, and we heal those. Let's see. I think from all this being in unity of visitors coming from the outside, we get that healing of what they bring in and what they teach us, their prayers, and vice versa. So to me, it's like we're working together. It seems like a truth-telling and reconciliation within yourself and then outward. That's how I feel. And so we have other visitors that come by yearly, and we listen, and then we pray for them as well.
from auto healing. But that's what it is in the book. It is not what's what it is in the yoga here and that makes us an intimate relationship with God. That's it. Next is future. Under the future, I know that Canon Cornelia is going to bring this up, so I don't want to really go into what she might say. But we are expecting the Owens group, the Owens project, and the contacts are Mark and Sally Cadell. They donated 10 Chromebooks to St. John the Baptizer and St. Christopher. And the plan next July, this coming July, is to coordinate with them, and as well as the team from St. Christopher, when they will, just all logistics, the lodging, and all this planning needs to take place. And what they are calling it is, let's see, I wrote the plan next month in July to coordinate with their group to allow the local community for their children to do back to school refresher course for students. So their teachers, their whole group is coming out. They will bring what supplies they might need. They're bringing it themselves. So this pilgrimage has been coming by, gee, it's been like maybe two years now. It's been from Virginia by way of a lady named Carol Mayer, Ishikuazdo, a group named Ishla. I know they do kind of a circular walk through the nation, and anyway, they end up at St. John the Baptizer. She's asking me to go to Virginia and make 5 presentations at small church groups, and I think 1 large, and to meet 2 bishops and 2 canons, and I have spoken with Father Jack and the bishop about this. And a retreat will also take place, and supposedly I'm expecting 40 people. And this is happening in Virginia. And I did speak to, I had to speak to Elizabeth Lowell with the EDC. She did a mini training by way of, I did a mini training by way of Elizabeth Lowell on fundraising tactics. And so that's what I will be doing. And of course, the ladies at St. John's and also St. Christopher also will have to walk with me on all this. And so I haven't gotten a finalized schedule yet, but all of this will be paid for, Margaret. It's not coming out of your pocket. So with this, and I just need to kind of remember how I'm going to do this. So with fundraising, that will go into GJ and Brian's budget. And so that's what I'm going to do. So it's going to be beautiful. I just need your prayers. So when I give envelopes out, maybe they'll pile in whatever they need, whatever they have in their pocket or their bags. Well, anyway, this is it. This is mainly for the scholars, the students. Oh, and then this project you're talking about, it brings in the youth and the children from the She's talking about the the Owens project, and also that scholarship you're talking about. So with we're reaching out now to our students out there in the communities, and it'll probably involve St. Christopher too, how we can bring in the young people, the children to St. John the Baptizer. And beautiful, we have a Starlink over there, so if our system won't kind of drop and all that, so it's good to have that Starlink. So now we're reaching out to our young people, and just beautiful things are happening over there. I really believe that St. John is okay. We're all Navajo speaking, and we do what we can, and as there, and we love one another.
Yeah, our flooring at St. John will be installed later, right, Jack?
Right.
But they're working on it.
Okay. In 2023, on Easter Sunday, I walked into the St. John the Baptizer Parish Hall, and lo and behold, we had a water break, and all the carpet is soaking wet, and it was like, oh my goodness, and this is Easter Sunday, and so a group came by way of Walter and Father Jack, and they took out the, just happened that a group came in and they took out the carpet, so we only have plywood flooring, and just recently, Father Jack and Walter were able to purchase new flooring, so we're looking forward to that, and finally we'll have flooring. We have been fundraising by way of we have friends out there in Colorado, Cortez, St. Barnabas, Episcopal Church, so they're our friends, and they allow us to travel over there. We sang there, we prayed with them, and then they allowed us to have a Navajo taco sale. So, and then other fundraisers, which we were able to cover the cost of the flooring. So, feels good, very good. So I don't, and I want to thank Evelyn and Lily for coming, and they're all beautiful people out there in the world. I wish they would all come and be with us. Maybe in November that will happen.
Thank you. We will have noon prayers, page 138. Jack, if you would lead us in noonday prayers on page 138. We'll then recess for lunch. I'm asking, lunch was supposed to end at 1:30, but we've run a bit late. So 1:45, we will reconvene. I'll have election results for you at that time. Include, you say grace for It's page 138.
Let us recite together Psalm 113. Remember to pause at the last verse. Give praise, you servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Let the name of the Lord be blessed. From this hour forever. From the rising of the sun which is going down. Let the name of the Lord be praised. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. O God, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are fixed on you. For in returning and rest we shall be saved. In quietness and trust shall be our strength. Please, Catherine, would you lead us in the Lord's Prayer in Navajo, please? Lord Jesus Christ, you said to your apostles, "Peace I give to you, my own peace I leave with you. Regard not our sins, but the faith of the Church. And give us the peace and unity of that heavenly city, where with the Father and the Holy Spirit you live and reign, now and forever. Amen. Creator God, we give you thanks for the blessings of this life. Particularly give you praise and thanksgiving for this gathering. We give you praise and thanksgiving for the food we're about to eat. We ask you to bless that food and bless us in your service. And particularly to bless the people who prepared this food for us, that we may show proper gratitude to them as well as to you. And all this we pray in the precious name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
We are in recess. Enjoy your lunch and reconvene at 1:45. most votes of everyone, who then is the chair of the deputation. The one who rides herd on everybody else. And that is our own G.J. William. So congratulations and good luck to you. Blessings to you. And so on the lay side, so we only had, well, let's see. So the next, we had a tie for number 2, and then that was Mary Nita and Georgia, and then number 4 was Diane, then and number 5 was Marietta. So within the deputation, the way it works then is the persons with the least amount of votes are alternates. But if we're not sending a full complement, then some of the deputies become alternates. Does that make sense? So it's hierarchical. On the clergy side, we had a tie for the leading vote getters: Kathleen Plummer and Cornelia Eaton. Leon was next, and then followed by Jack and by Michael. So, and we looked to GJ to organize the deputation and make sure everyone's clear on their responsibilities and their roles. And we thank you for willingness to serve in both of those offices. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you in this. And moving on, we have some reports we didn't get to earlier. We'd like to move through them quickly enough to get into the work of the canons and the special rules. So with that in mind, Leon Sampson, food pantry.
Say revolution in the chief another notion I see Saturday how they were shut. They were not so my activation is food pantry. You did get a report in your emails about the current food pantry for here and kind of the vision of where we want to go with that food pantry. As was mentioned in our Southeast report, there was a need, and we recognized that need, and we did get a sustainable person to kind of manage it, that she cleans and organizes first in, first out. We get a lot of, not only from the USDA program with the partnership with the LDS, but also some local pantries that just are overloaded, and so they commerce some of their pantries out to us. The food pantries here with the Southeast Episcopal Church in Navajoland really is trying to look at what are the resources, what are the process, and how can each region, if it's a priority, create a food pantry that is sustainable. And one of the biggest challenges we had was getting finding resources to fill those pantries and the labor to maintain those pantries. So some time ago we made a partnership with the Latter-day Saints Church, and because they're a bigger organization, they have their grant, which is a USDA program from the federal government. Our first food pantry during the pandemic was about $186,000 in non-perishable food that was delivered in an 18-wheeler truck to San Juan region. And from there we created commerce rows to kind of bring the food out to different regions and put up pantries. Our first food pantry was in the Thorn building, where you had dinner because it was able to receive and you could do boxes there. So post-pandemic, we scaled down quite a bit, and so other regions have too. So with scaling down, we really wanted to just put together something that was a subsidized food pantry for a lot of our members. Since then, there's been a revitalization of the garden and there's a huge movement within these areas here, local grassroots movements to try and get training, people to learn how to grow their pantry, what kind of soil composition you need, things like that. So we're not the only garden that's here. There's other gardens that are starting to take place. I just visited a youth garden, Zuni enrichment project over in Zuni, and they're doing wonderful work. They've got an aquaponics and hydroponics system, reclamation of a lot of their food, and their goal is they look at their old existing pictures and they show the kids, these are the houses that have gardens in their backyard. And so teaching the kids that, we want to get back to that place. Families having gardens back in their yards to sustain themselves. So we're hoping that we might be able to connect regionally and ECN-wide to come up with a plan. We've got some resources with Mary Knight from Cincinnati. She's done some wonderful work. She'll be traveling through here, looking at all of our pantries and see what the potentials are, and talking a lot about maybe other resources like rescue pantries, local organization pantries, so that they might be able to just feed into our fresh produce or our pantries. So we're really trying to introduce the Good News Garden concept. You know, grow one, not just one plot, but a second one, so you can give that away. Grow, pray, listen, and share. So those are the concepts we're looking at. So really, we're just kind of preparing and waiting to see what we might be able to do with Mary Knight and with GJ's initiative with continuing with her work and around the regions. We want to come together and just continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Madeline here? She's not here. ECW? Communications, GJ.
Good afternoon. I'm doing a report for Communications in Che. Over the past year, Communications in Che has been actively engaged in sharing the stories and work of ECN. In 2024, we published 2 print editions and 1 online edition this year of the Beauty Way. These are timed to arrive 3 weeks before the spring and fall appeals, helping our supporters see the fruits of their giving and stay connected with our communities in Navajoland. Each year, we coordinate the mailing of both appeals to over 800 active stones in addition to printed materials and bishops. Che manages and updates the ECN website and social media platforms with content, photos, graphics, and information created in-house. We also capture photos and videos at ECN events and handle editing for both. Record keeping also remains significant. We maintain archives of all Zoom meetings, conventions, and Convocation recordings, and other gatherings we attend. And we also welcome photo and media from anybody in ECN. If you have a photo that you'd like to share for the Beauty Way or for social media, you can send them to either Ryan or myself. At General Convention last year, we sent a team of 8 deputies, 2 alternates, and volunteers and booth staff to represent Navajoland at General Convention. Communications in Che, we created a 8x10 or 8x12 backdrop of Monument Valley for the booth and 4 postcards. In your packet, you took out the Starlink and offered tech support. He offered personalized assistance with logging in, email setup, and of course navigation. And we've also opened Che in Farmington as a resource for those with internet and computer access for training. Other projects and duties, our communications and Che team also includes Ryan and myself. Ryan plays a key role in supporting our annual appeal mailings, providing technical support across the region, managing donor lists, and overseeing devices and equipment. Behind the scenes, coordination has been vital to our daily operation, and his contributions have strengthened our ability to effectively share ECN's mission. We have also supported Canyon Cornelia with the OMS project, which, thanks to diocesan partnerships and grants, has brought Chromebooks and Starlink systems to Navajoland. The goal is to use this technology to support learning and communications in the most remote communities. Che assisted in establishing clear policies and procedures for these new tools, and we provide ongoing maintenance and updates for Chromebooks and Starlinks. We also provide general technical support for ECN. In May 2025, I attended the annual Episcopal Communicators Conference in Oklahoma. I am serving my last year as a board member of Episcopal Communicators, and I helped co-lead a workshop titled Beyond the Line Acknowledgement, using communications for racial equity with Alan Yarbrough, who contributed insights from his work in the Government Relations Office of the Episcopal Church. Current work, as ECN transitions into a missionary diocese, we have been tasked with timely updates to our website and messaging, ensuring both people and the broader church stay informed during this important time. Most tools we utilize for communication include email, social media, SMS text, phone calls, and print. We are also beginning to work with the Standing Committee and the Bishop Search Committee to develop a diocesan profile booklet that will introduce prospective bishops to the life and ministry of Navajoland. Looking ahead, hopes for communications in Che. In the fall, we're hoping to do some teaching of basic computer literacy to children and youth that are interested in the Farmington area. State Church lab expansion, more pop-ups to support training across the regions. And some workshop and training opportunities would include Google Workspace Basics, cyber security awareness, and camera design tools. Upcoming projects include a new museum brochure that highlights our mission statement, a website expansion as ministries can start to grow, and we're going to be working towards our fall appeal and the fall community, and also the Eastern Christmas card. And explore opportunities with prospective clients for video storytelling. And that is it for Che Communications. Thank you.
Recovery ministry.
Yeah, update on it. Recovery ministry, there are still recovery ministry programs happening in ECN, particularly in the southeast region and the southern region. Collaborating with Cornelia's program with the Visual Center and the Women Wellness. For southeast region, wellness was started when I first got here. Was approached and we started a program called Alcoholics Anonymous, or Art for Thursday, because our meetings are every Thursdays. And so that grew into a second meeting on Saturdays. That's for sobriety, I think, just acronyms. And then we did establish a every second Friday of the month would be a speaker meeting, so we did potluck. They show up and they designate one speaker to just tell their both experiences and their future. That's a big group. In addition to that, we did restart again meetings, Alcoholics Anonymous meetings at St. Mark's. That's every Tuesday from 6 to 7:30. We've been getting a lot of the reoccurring members that kind of go around the meetings coming there and sharing while they're not busy. But they'll come there and just support the group as it is. so we're collaborating with other meetings because some of our members that come to our for Thursday and the coal miners group really have a lot of investments in other groups as well. So we're district 1 here for Arizona, District 4 for New Mexico. And since we're now at coal mine in Mexico, we're going to register as a group with the A group there, which allows to get some pamphlets, literature, and some support as registered AA. Those members that kind of go through the group have really been working on creating an actual treatment house, which is now in Chile, and that's from a separate grant from Navajoland. And so they're able to work and employ some of the AA members into becoming counselors there. As for Art for Thursday, we started to reach out to other members of, even in Farmington, Mexico, and we've approached a counselor, an advocate book, they call it 12-stepper bookie, and he has offered to walk us through the steps. And so about 7 of us have traveled out to Farmington, attended their meetings for 3 days, and we went through all the steps. Some of the key things we didn't know for recovery, and that really helped us really go through the steps. And so the hope is for the future for Art for Thursday is that we would continue nurturing the steps until people can get through the 12 steps. And like Bishop had talked about, sometimes we don't want to get stuck on that bridge. And sometimes when we go through the 12 steps, we get stuck there somewhere. And so we're hoping that going through this step together would allow a lot of our participants to go through the 12 steps and actually consider being a sponsor. Because Fort Defiance has many meetings that are going on, but not a lot of sponsors. And so people get frustrated with that. So we're hoping that they will be able to step up and do that with them. There's quite a few meetings all over. I mean, candlelight meetings, fireside meetings, candlelight meetings. So they get pretty creative, even a sweat lodge meeting. So they get pretty creative with that, and I really enjoy hearing a lot about their experiences. So that's as far as recovery. Can I get into buildings and grounds then? That's the next.
Yes, please.
When buildings and grounds first started, this was kind of, we're recognizing that we were going to become a missionary diocese. So when we started looking at structuring and being part of the Economic Development Corporation as a task, then we decided we were going to focus on a few things. One is to archive all our buildings. Get to see what our building needs are. What does the inside look like? What's the hazards, the positivities, the foundation, all those things that we wanted to archive so that way we get a full, raw perspective of what our buildings would look like now and in the future. What can we anticipate from that? During that time, we had transitioned into the journey for the Missionary Diocese, and the church insurance had recognized that, so they sent out 2 assessors to look at the buildings and archive all the risk hazards that are for our buildings, and that changed a little bit of how we were covered. But it also gave us a really good insight of what we needed to work on. You know, even just like smoke detectors and, you know, fire extinguishers, things like that really made us aware. So we created a similar form that the church insurance evaluated us by, and sent that form out to all of ECM to start having someone go through and start archiving the building from in on out. And so we received most of them. We're still waiting for more of those risk management forms to be filled out. So our chair, Jack Ely, can go ahead and start making us a priority list. What are the things that are on that list that we need to work on, and possibly looking at grants to replace all the things that we're missing or fix. Some of them have been really major construction proposals, like San Juan talked about their flood, the roof there. Utah's working on some things too, so there were some immediate needs that were needed to take place. And so, fortunately, we were able to reapply for the Indigenous Sustainable Grant, which allowed us to kind of prioritize and take care of some of the immediate things like the gravel you see out here. That was from that purchase. Since then, we're now looking at waiting for that list for the priority so that we can go through all the regions and determine what are the things we need to do to focus on as we start moving forward. The other priorities for buildings and grounds is also training. Training for our staff, training for our clergy, to just kind of equip them for the needs of these buildings. Some of them, like our maintenance person here, senior maintenance, has been here for many years, and could tell you, oh, that's where that pipe runs, or this valve feeds that one. And so it's very important to just kind of get all those archived, or even the transition. So Jack talked about the transition of these maintenance people. We lose these people without any transition forms or any training, then we're back to square one, another 15 years of work. So a lot of those we're recognizing, we're trying to get those set up so that way we can do this transition to new people that younger, longer, and they know exactly what needs to be done in the buildings and the utilities. The hope is that, priority needs are one, economic growth. Buildings, making income, how does that work in a ministry? Is the building part of the ministry that's going to sustain itself? And then third is the usage. How often is that building usage in economic and for formation? But also the condition of the building. The building's in better condition, and you just need to fix this, this, and this, get done. That would probably be the first priority. If a building is going to cost a little more just to get taken care of, then that would be probably more of a campaign. We had to wait and try to find funds for that. So I think a lot of these priorities we're just kind of figuring out where can we put this and how do we make this work for ECN. So just kind of working towards your information and kind of the vision of the mission statement. So using the buildings for what they're used for, or even possibly looking at new construction. I think that would probably one of the things that we would talk about is new construction opposed to re-renovating something that's going to go in the next 5-10 years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. EJ.
The next two reports will be from me. The next one is from Children and Youth, also young adults. Children wrote about Convocation last year. 2024, there was a small but meaningful children's program. 2 volunteers completed safe church training and led the group using curriculum tailored for older children, though participants range from in age. 6 children attended out-of-state volunteers also graciously donated snacks and class supplies, helping to keep the children engaged through projects and conversations. The day concluded with lunch and 2 rounds of bowling at the bowling alley. The 2024 Giving Tree, our second annual Giving Tree project, was a success. Over 100 children signed up and received gifts. Thanks to 3 dedicated church partners and numerous individual sponsors. Few supporters signed up and purchased gifts for children in Navajoland, following a process that began through the wish list and ends with volunteers wrapping and distributing gifts across the regions. This project serves children from birth through high school. Planning for the 2025 Giving Tree will begin in the fall, starting with a save-the-date announcement and a sign-up for families. Safe church training again remains a priority and a challenge. In 2024, we provided free access online through Presidium, and we're still committed to supporting this initiative. Safe church is required for anyone working with children or the public. This year, several groups come into Navajoland for Vacation Bible School, and volunteers were successfully trained. We're committed to expanding this effort to ensure all individuals in our ministries I already have a curriculum selected, so we're also looking for young adult volunteers for that. Safe Church training and lab expansions, additional regional pop-up events using a newly found high-quality online curriculum, resources for children and youth, purchasing books and learning materials for youth and for use in youth programs, and Bible study for young adults. Upcoming projects. Camp Stoney has, the only opening for Camp Stoney is June 15th through the 21st. So if there are any children that are interested in going to camp in the Rio Grande Diocese, let me know. EYE participation, preparation. Ongoing regular meetings, we're going to start regular meetings in advance of the EYE event. It's usually held the year before General Convention. 2026 youth retreat planning. Initial groundwork is being laid for a future youth retreat. And that is the end for youth and children. I'll go on to the next one. The next one I titled Walking in Usual, Safe Church, Safe Communities. This kind of was created with Navajo teachings and worldview in mind. As the Net Christians, we live out the values of the wider Episcopal Church within our own cultural context. We see strong similarities between our traditional teachings and the gospel. Virgil reflects the Christian call to peace and healing. F mirrors our call to love, serve, and protect one another. Let's begin with a small reflection. I'll say a body part, and you tell me what it helps to do. Helps us to do. Eyes. See. Hands. Ears. Our heart. What happens when one part is hurt? The whole body feels it. In 1 Corinthians 12, Paul asks us, if one part suffers, all suffer with it. If one part is honored, all rejoice with it. We are one body in Christ. In our different way, this is F, relationship. No one stands alone. What is Safe Church? Safe Church is the Episcopal Church's way of protecting our people, especially children, elders, and those most vulnerable from harm and abuse. But this isn't just about rules, it's about a spiritual way of life. It reflects Hoyo, a life of beauty, harmony, respect, and balance. Safe Church helps us keep healthy and sacred boundaries, care for one another, create spaces where everyone is safe, and prevent and respond to harm in ways that restore trust. Why it matters. Many people carry both beauty and pain. Some carry stories of harm, sometimes from places that were supposed to be safe. Safe Church is about creating safe spaces, preventing harm, and building trust for the future. It helps us protect one another by recognizing something is wrong and knowing how to respond. When we walk in death, we protect one another. When we live in growth, we maintain balance and safe care. This commitment to safety and respect is not just for the church, it's for the strength and well-being of our whole community. Our role in the body of Christ. In baptism, we are claimed by God and brought into the body of Christ. Each of us becomes part of something holy. Just like in 1 Corinthians, every part matters. Every person has a role and value. In our tradition, harmony is not automatic, we build it. We choose to live in balance, in truth, and in love. Safe Church helps us to do this through relationships, boundaries, and the urge to act. What Safe Church teaches. The online training called Presidium Academy provides us with the tools to put this commitment into practice. It teaches healthy boundaries, respecting roles and responsibilities, recognizing abuse or grooming behavior, how to report them, supporting people who have been hurt, and legal obligations for mandated reporters. Who needs to take the training? Everyone who participates in the life of the church has a role in keeping it safe. That includes all clergy, priests, deacons, bishops, lay leaders and volunteers who work with children, youth, or vulnerable adults, staff, and anyone in leadership or supervisory roles in one of us plays a part. How to get trained. Training is available online. You can do it on your own time, at your own pace. You can let your priest know that you want to do the training and they'll contact me and I can get you set up. And finishing the training helps the whole church live up to our commitment to safety and care. A church that walks in Bourgeois is a church that reflects God's love. May we walk in safety, may we care for each other through death, and may we be a body that heals and uplifts all its parts.
Thank you. At this time, we will begin the discussion led by the Standing Committee on on the canons and the special rules. And so I'm going to get out of the way here and let you all lead us in that discussion. There'll be discussion. You get to go through these documents line by line. When it's clear that we've arrived at agreed upon place, there'll be a motion to adopt, and that's when I will step up to the mic.
All right, are we all ready to go and y'all are awake? Because I'm going to take you all line by line of the canons and the rules. And I also want to recognize Chancellor Nancy Cohen because that Steve Hutchinson isn't here. So if there are any questions that I'm not able to answer, then I will call on Nancy, who you see up in the screen there. She's not on the full screen, but she'll be able to help with any questions that you may have and explain it thoroughly. And that's why we have chancellors who are a gift to us. All right. Canons. Canon Annual Convocation. As you see, Canon 1. 1.1 says that there shall be an annual convention at the time and place designated by the bishop in consultation with the Standing Committee and Diocesan Council. 1.2. Special meetings of the convention may be called by the bishop in consultation with or at the request of the Standing Committee and Diocesan Council. 1.3. The Secretary of the Convention shall provide written or electronic notice to all congregations 60 days in advance of the annual convention and 14 days in advance of special conventions. Congregational failure to act on the notice once sent shall not nullify the actions of any duly convened convention. 1.4 says that a congregation shall be each of those worshiping communities within the diocese that has been accepted by the bishop with the advice and consent of the Standing Committee and is supported by the diocese. Such congregations shall abide by the Constitution and canons of the Episcopal Church and of this diocese. 1.5. Upon notification by Secretary, not less than 25 days prior to the annual convention or 7 days prior to a special convention, the vicar of each congregation shall notify the Secretary of Convention through the diocesan office of the names and addresses of the elected delegates and alternates to convention. 1.6. Meetings shall be conducted in real time, either or both in person or via electronic video screen communication, using measures to provide members a reasonable opportunity to participate in the meeting and to vote on matters submitted to the members, including an opportunity to read or hear the proceedings of the meeting concurrently with those proceedings. So this is Canon 1. Does anyone have any questions, suggestions, corrections to this first piece? I see a hand in the back. Mary Nita?
What's the Diocesan Council? Who's that?
It's the ECN Council, the council that you are on.
Okay. I'm trying to learn all the terms here.
That you are part of. Okay. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if there are no corrections or any questions, we will move to Canon 2. Clerical members in the convention. 2.1. All clergy with canonical residence in the diocese, not under ecclesiastical discipline, and with an active ministry within the diocese recognized by the bishop, shall have seat, voice, and vote in the convention. 2.2. Clergy who are not canonically resident, but who have clerical work in the diocese, recognized by the bishop, will have seat and voice at the convention upon recommendation of the bishop and approval by the convention. Do we have any suggestions or corrections to this one? Hearing none, we will go to Canon 3. Lay members in convention. 3.1. Lay delegates shall consist of 2 delegates elected at the annual meeting of each of the congregations in the diocese. Alternate lay delegates shall have the same qualifications as delegates and shall be elected in the same manner. The number of alternates elected by a congregation shall not exceed 2. The delegates and alternates shall take office on the first day of March following their election, and shall serve until March 1 of the following year or until their successors are elected. 3.2. All lay adult confirmed or received communicants in good standing as defined by the canons of the Episcopal Church, who have been members of a diocesan congregation during the past year, shall have seat and voice at a regular meetings of the convention. 3.3. The diocesan treasurer and secretary and the chancellor and vice-chancellor shall be ex officio members of the convention with seat, voice, and vote. 3.4. For election or appointment to any office in the diocese, region, or congregation, the following shall apply. It is expected that all lay officers and those lay people elected or appointed, except the treasurer or any chancellor or vice-chancellor, shall be adults confirmed and received, and communicants in good standing as defined by the canons of the Episcopal Church. Congregation, clergy elected or appointed to such positions shall be canonically resident in this diocese with seat, voice, and vote in the convention. Do we have any questions? I see one raised hand. Carol Tukey, would you be willing to get to the nearest microphone so we can hear, and so that Nancy Cohen can also hear clearly your question?
2 things. On 3.2, the phrase "have been members" seems to be a duplicate. It probably just needs to be crossed out.
Right.
And on 3.4, I wonder if line 4 at the end should say congregational clergy instead of congregation clergy.
Is Nancy muted? Are you?
Yeah, these are grammatical.
Oh, okay,
These are
grammatical.
just grammatical tweaks, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have the 3.2. I couldn't hear what she said about 3.4.
Just on line 4, the last word is congregation, and I wonder if it should be congregational clergy.
Yes, it should. These are just grammatical adjustments. So.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
All right, Nancy's got that. Okay, we will, one other question, Deborah. Oh, Rebecca.
Can I get clarification on 3.4, please?
Clarification.
What it means.
Okay, clarification on 3.4. What does this mean?
Others shall be adults confirmed or received qualification. What's the question?
What does 3.4 do?
It says, in order to be a lay officer, to be elected or appointed, the person has to be an adult confirmed or received and a communicant in good standing, according to the canons of the Episcopal Church. But there are some people who are exempt from that because you are using people from other dioceses, or treasurer, well, and other religions as well. So it's allowing you, for instance, to have Margaret as a treasurer, even though she is not an adult confirmed in the Episcopal Church. And you also have chancellors and vice chancellors from other areas. And that's likely to continue, and that's why the exception is there. Does that answer the question?
Is that helpful? Yeah. Okay. It's helpful. Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we are now going to move on to Canon 4, quorum. The quorum for any convention shall consist of a majority, 50% plus 1, of the clergy entitled to seat, voice, and vote, with the exception of clergy deemed by the bishop to infirm or who have been otherwise excused from attending by the bishop. A majority of the elected delegates certified by the Secretary of Convention, and a majority of all congregations entitled to representation in the convention having at least one voting member present. Once a quorum has been established, it will be assumed that the quorum exists for the length of the convention. If a quorum is not present at any meeting, a majority of those present may fix the time to which to adjourn, recess, or take measures to obtain a quorum. Do we have any questions? We have a question, hand raised in the back. Reverend Carol Tooten?
Couple. I wonder if there's 2 adjourns there. Maybe one of those needs to be removed. My main question has to do with the end of line 4, beginning of line 5. It states that a majority of all congregations entitled to representation in the convention having at least one voting member present. I'm not sure, Nancy, about the intention of that, but if it means that every congregation has to have at least one member present for it to be a quorum, we would not have a quorum right now. We'd have to stop and go home and start over. So I wonder, my suggestion was just to put a period after convention and leave out the phrase having at least one voting member present, unless I'm misreading that phrase.
I didn't get that. Can you tell me, Cornelia?
Yes, she said that since that some of our members from other congregations aren't present, so this reads to her that we wouldn't have a quorum right now because one of our congregation members are not present. So therefore, she's suggesting that where it says in the 3rd line, it says a majority of the elected delegates certified by the Secretary of the Convention, and then just put a period there, and then remove a majority of having at least one voting member present, because if we have that in there, then we won't have a quorum, because there are times that one congregation will not have a member present at a convention.
But this says that a majority of all congregations will have at least one voting member.
Okay.
So you could still have, I mean, if you have 6 congregations total, and 4 of them have representation, then you will have a quorum. You can have one absent.
Thank you.
Does that make sense to people?
Do you like it, Carol?
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't understand that by the reading of it. Thank you.
So we'll remember that as we move forward. Pardon?
Did you get the adjourn and adjourn?
She also said that there were,
It's grammatical, there's an extra word.
there was grammatical, extra word, adjourn.
Yeah, just take out one.
Towards the very last sentence. It says, fix the time to which to adjourn.
Yeah, I get it.
All right. Okay. This is why this is good to have all your second eyes and all that.
Yes.
So thank you.
When you read this 6 times, sometimes we gloss over words.
Okay, we're moving forward to Canon 5, Secretary. The bishop shall nominate a secretary who shall serve as secretary of the Diocese of the Convention. The bishop may also nominate an assistant secretary. Immediately after the announcement of a quorum, conventions shall elect a secretary, and if nominated, an assistant secretary, who shall serve until a successor has been elected. 5.2. The secretary and assistant secretary shall each be an adult communicant in good standing in a congregation of this diocese. 5.3. In case of a vacancy in the office of secretary, the bishop shall appoint a successor. 5.4. The duties of the secretary are described in Canon 10.2.4, and that is of the Episcopal Church canons, correct? Nancy?
No, it should be this one, but that's not a correct citation, I see. And I'm not sure I decided to have the duties. I'm looking at the secretary here. No, it should be 8.3.
8.3.
And once this is approved, we'll get the whole revised canons as well. So. All right. We are moving to Can 6 committees. The following committees shall be appointed by the bishop not less than 45 days prior to each annual convention, which the approval of convention, Commission on Ministry, Constitution and Canons, Finance, and Hold On Learning Circle. These committees, sorry about that, that was 6.1, so 6.2. These committees shall submit written annual reports to the convention delivered to the secretary no less than 40 days prior to annual convention, and the secretary shall distribute such reports to delegates no less than 30 days prior to convention. 6.3, Commission on Ministry. The Commission on Ministry shall assist the bishop in the implementation of Title III Ministry of the canons of the Episcopal Church. The powers, functions, and duties of the Commission on Ministry shall be those prescribed in the Constitution and canons of the Episcopal Church, and such other duties also as may be assigned by the Convention and the bishop. 6.3.2. In working for the development and support of the ministries of all baptized persons, clergy, and lay, the Commission shall organize itself and collaborate with diocesan and congregational entities. 6.3.3. The Commission on Ministry shall consist of 3 laypersons who are appointed by the bishop, subject to confirmation by the convention, with staggered terms of 3 years, after which there must be a 1-year hiatus before re-election. The diocese may elect to enter into compact among other dioceses to develop shared resources necessary to implement a commission on ministry. The bishop of the diocese shall be authorized to execute and implement such a compact and any amendments or modifications thereof consistent with this canon. Constitution and Canons 6.4. The committee shall perform regular reviews of the diocesan constitution and canons and suggest any changes to convention. In addition, and upon receipt of a request from any diocesan body or any officer, draft language suitable to carry out the desired purpose, correspondence with the proposer to ensure that the draft is satisfactory and submit the resulting resolution to the convention. 6.4.2. The bishop shall appoint members of the committee. The chancellor shall serve on the committee as member ex officio with seat, voice, and vote. So this piece is new to us. There will be a Constitution and Canons Committee. So those of you in the future want to be on the Constitution and Canons of the Episcopal Church and the Constitution of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland, start brushing up.
You can see that Cornelius done that with all the posters.
Finance Committee 6.5. Appointment, membership, and terms. The Finance Committee shall consist of at least 3 laypersons, including at least 1 layperson from each region who are adult communicants in good standing, and not less than 1 member of the clergy canonically resident in the diocese. The bishop, in consultation with the Diocesan Council, shall appoint the members of the committee. The treasurer shall be a member of the Finance Committee without regard to being an adult communicant in good standing. Appointment shall be for terms of 3 years, renewable to a maximum of 3 successive terms, after which there must be at least a 1-year hiatus. 6.5.2. Chief Financial Officer of the Diocese. The bishop shall, with the advice of the Diocesan Council, appoint a qualified Chief Financial Officer of the diocese. The Chief Financial Officer shall oversee the management of the financial affairs of the diocese, assure the continued insurance, protection of all assets of the diocese and the corporation, and arrange for appropriate and timely review of accounting and management of financial assets of the diocese and the corporation, in accordance with the standards prescribed by the canons of the Episcopal Church. We're missing an H, and then I think there was supposed to be a period there. The Chief Financial Officer shall be an ex officio member of the Finance Committee with seat and voice, but no vote. 6.5.3. In addition to duties assigned to it by the canons, the bishop, the convention, or the Diocesan Council, the Finance Committee shall maintain general supervision of the financial affairs of the diocese and the corporation, prepare an annual draft budget for presentation to the Diocesan Council for approval, provide for clarity and accuracy of the collection and disbursement of all funds, establishing its own rules, therefore, for approval by the Diocesan Council, and to keep a record of all meetings, which shall be submitted regularly to Diocesan Council and to the annually to the convention. Are there any questions? Reverend Carol Tippy?
It's another grammatical one. 6.5.2, line 4, I believe there should be a the before diocese, the assets of the diocese.
right? Another grammatical change, yes.
Okay, grammatical change in 6.5, or 652?
Yes, ma'am.
And which line?
Line 4.
Line 4.
Just a the before the second word diocese in that line.
Okay. Where it says assure the continued insurance protection of all assets of the diocese.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we will move over to rules of order. Canon 7. Rule, okay, Michael, Sells?
Canon 6 talks about committees, and then there's also the standing committee, and it says that I know that obviously these committees of 6 are appointed by the bishop, and Canon 10 says a standing committee, committee. It just doesn't seem right.
Canon 10, you're talking about standing committee.
Canon 6, you're talking about committees. You don't have a standing committee on there, but I know that different things, there should be some kind of, some kind of.
You want a reference to Canon 10?
No. It's committees. It just sounds, if you're new to the church and you're reading about committees, you say, oh, I will just explain to them what the standing committee is, right? Because it follows. I guess you don't understand. It seems you're talking about committees, but then you have a standing committee. But then I guess it's upon ourselves to explain why a standing committee doesn't follow this committee.
Reverend Michael is wondering why the standing committee doesn't fall under committees.
I understand why it doesn't follow because it's elected. But
we can put a reference in 6. Go see Canon 10 about the standing committee, if that makes it clearer for you. Would that help?
So some kind of little blurb on the committees, why standing committee is not part of committees. So you're talking about committees and then you put standing committee in a different section.
Yeah, I think the standing committee got a different section because it's mandated by the Episcopal Church canons, but we can easily make a reference to it in section 6, in canon 6, if you want.
Okay, on 6.1, the following committee shall be appointed by the bishop as commission of ministry,
You can say there shall also be a standing committee as referenced in canon 10.
Really?
Would that do it?
Yeah.
We have another question in the back. Reverend Jack Trace?
I think the answer to Mike's question is that I've seen it in other dioceses and canons where in the title of committees it says committees on appointment by the bishop as the title of the canon. So that might solve that.
Good idea.
Did you hear that, Nancy?
No. Can you repeat it, Cornelia, because I can't hear it from Mac.
Can you?
Want me to repeat it again?
Yeah, it's probably easier for her to hear you from
That
this
other mic doesn't work very well.
on this laptop because.
I've seen it written in other canons where committees like this canon would say committees on appointment by the bishop as the title. And that separates it from such things as the standing committee.
You can do that.
This is simple.
What do people want to do collectively?
I second that amendment.
There's a second to the amendment. Well, the folks here are pretty much in agreement. You're in agreement with that too?
Committees appointed by the bishop is what the title would be?
Yes.
Okay.
Committees appointed by the bishop.
Okay. You got it.
8 officers.
Did you do 7?
Let's see, Canon 7, Rules of Order. Rules of Order governing meetings of convention follow the canons and are incorporated herein. Bila? What does it mean?
It means that after we get through this section of canons, we're going to review the rules of order, and this says that they are actually part of the canons, but it's easier to have them handy as a separate document.
And there's 2 rules, rules of order for the special convention and missionary diocese rules of order.
Yeah, that's what it's pertaining to, and they're all in one document.
Okay.
So we're going to get to those later.
This is Canon 7, the first of these?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
On Canon 6?
Canon 6, we're going back.
Well, just, how come it doesn't have the Hawaiian Learning Circle on it?
Okay.
Mission on Ministry, Review Constitution, and Canons and Finance.
It's there. Whole One Learning Circle's there.
Oh, is it?
Right after finance.
No, it doesn't. No.
It's in Canon 6. It says, the following committee shall be appointed by the bishop not less than 45 days prior to annual convention, with the approval of convention, commission on ministry, constitution and canons, finance, and the Whole One Learning Circle Committee.
But you don't have a separate description of it below that. You just acknowledge that it is for the committees.
Okay.
All right. I see you're having a lot of fun. Canon 8, as much as I am, you can see the smile on my Canon 8 officers. Ecclesiastical authority. 811. The bishop is the chief pastor of the diocese and is director at all congregations. The role, rights, and responsibilities of the bishop are set forth in the Constitution and canons of the Episcopal Church. 8.2. The treasurer shall be elected by the convention each year and shall serve as treasurer for the diocese and the corporation. If the treasurer is to serve as a member of the bishop's staff, it shall be the privilege of the bishop to nominate the treasurer. 8.2.1. The treasurer will oversee the collection and dispersal of funds in coordination with these canons and the direction of the Diocesan Council. 8.2.2. The treasurer will develop an annual budget in consultation with the bishop, with appropriate committees of the Diocesan Council, and present it to the Diocesan Council for approval. The budget will include funding for all the dioceses and for the regional activities. 8.2.3. The treasurer shall present a written report on the financial condition of the diocese to the convention and to each congregation, and shall provide for an annual audit of diocesan funds. The treasurer, 8.2.4, the treasurer shall serve as a member of the finance committee. 8.2.5, the treasurer shall submit to each congregation and to each region on a monthly basis a report showing the monetary assets, monthly expenditures, and debts of each of those bodies. And we're moving to 8.3. The secretary of the convention shall gather, keep, and report the actions of convention and of the Diocesan Council, and enter them in the appropriate records, attest to the public acts of the diocese and the corporation, faithfully deliver the books and records of the diocese and the corporation to the next secretary, report to subsequent convention meetings the status of resolutions adopted by prior convention as appropriate in light of current resolutions, and prepare and publish the journal of each convention according to the standards prescribed in the canons of the Episcopal Church. 8.4. The chancellor and all vice-chancellors shall be appointed annually by the bishop. Chancellors shall be learned in law and shall shall be legal advisors to the diocese. All chancellors shall be communicants in good standing of the Episcopal Congregation. The duties of the chancellor and the vice chancellors shall include the rendering of opinions as to legal construction of the Constitution and canons, serving as general counsel to the diocese and corporation, providing legal advice when requested by the bishop, diocesan council, and the standing committee, and the corporation, and providing advice and assistance to congregation of the diocese when requested and as is feasible. 8.5. Should a vacancy occur in any of the offices, the bishop will appoint a successor to complete the term. 8.6. In the event the bishop or the diocesan council shall deem it advisable to remove from office any of the officers of the diocese, the reason therefore shall be communicated to the bishop and members of the diocesan council in writing, and the bishop shall call a special meeting of the diocesan council to consider the matter. If upon hearing the reasons for removal, the bishop and the diocesan council concur with the decision, the officer shall be removed from office. 8.7. Eligibility for office. No person who has entered the process leading to ordination by the issuance of the canonical certificate prescribed in Title III of the Canons of the Episcopal Church from a vestry or bishop's committee of a congregation of which he or she is a communicant shall be eligible to serve as an elected or an appointed layperson on any diocesan committee or office. Any member of such committee or office who enters the process leading to ordination shall resign, effective the date of the issuance of the canonical certificate. 8.8. No person may serve simultaneously on the diocesan council and the standing committee, except at the discretion of the bishop.
In 8.3, there's an extra period in line 2 with that.
Okay.
In Canon 8, what is the corporation?
The corporation is a Utah corporation that I believe holds title to all your properties. I'm not sure what else it does. I don't think it does a lot. But you're required to have a legal corporation somewhere to hold title.
Can we have the Utah corporation so that people know who to sue?
That can be too, but not all. Dioceses are often sole associations. It's a different kind of corporate entity as opposed to commercial organizations. But most of them, not all, also have a legal corporation under the laws of the state. You're unusual in that you're, as a church, that you're operating in 3 different states, but your corporation is a Utah corporation.
And that's how we receive our 501c3 status, is under the Utah Corporation. And it's always been that way. The corporation was established in Utah since the area mission was created.
So in 8.4, where it talks on the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th line, it makes a general reference to the diocese, and it says, oh, the diocese and corporation. I see. Never mind. The diocese and the corporation.
Yeah.
Publishing.
Just making sure that all are covered.
Any other questions? No? Okay. We are now at Canon 9, Diocesan Council. There shall be a diocesan council, which shall, 9.1, oversee collections, holding, paying, and disposing of all diocesan funds received or held by it for any purpose, subject to the directions or conditions to which any such funds may have been received. 9.1.2, adopt and oversee an annual budget. This shall include the authority to reduce the diocesan budget if it is clear that income will not meet budgeted expectations, or if an emergency has required expenditures above the budget and diocesan income is not sufficient to cover both the emergency expenditure and previously budgeted expenditures. The Diocesan Council shall designate the depositories and investments of the funds of the diocese after receiving recommendations from the Finance Committee. 9.1.3, the Diocesan Council shall choose and engage the auditor for the annual audit of the accounts of the diocese after receiving a recommendation from the Finance Committee. 9.1.4, having general oversight and general control over all real property of the diocese subject to the diocesan constitutional provisions. 9.1.5, in conjunction with the bishop, develop and monitor programs, policies, and procedures for the work of the mission, church growth, and education. 9.1.6, make a detailed written report of its activities and financial affairs of the diocese to the annual convention. 9.2, membership in the Diocesan Council shall consist of the following. 9.2.1, the bishop, who shall serve as chair. 9.2.2, the secretary and the treasurer of the diocese as ex officio members with seat and voice. 9.2.3, the bishop shall appoint one clergy from each region. 9.2.4, the bishop shall appoint 2 lay members from each region. 9.3, members of the Diocesan Council will serve a 3-year term and may be reappointed. However, an appointed member who has served 2 consecutive terms shall not be eligible for re-election until 1 year has elapsed. The Diocesan Council may elect a vice chair each year. 9.4, the bishop may designate an executive committee from membership of the Diocesan Council. The executive committee will assist the bishop in providing administrative oversight between meetings of the Diocesan Council and in developing the agenda for the Diocesan Council meetings. It shall report its activities to the Diocesan Council. 9.5, in consultation with the bishop, the Diocesan Council may develop its own bylaws to conduct Diocesan Council business. 9.6, the Diocesan Council may create advisory committee to assist the work of the Diocesan Council. Members of such committees may consist of the Diocesan Council members and Diocesan members from outside the Diocesan Council. Committees shall have a life of 2 years. I think that's supposed to be from such.
Yes.
2 years from the time of initiation and may be extended by vote of the Diocesan Council. 9.7, a majority of the members of the Diocesan Council with seat, voice, and vote shall constitute a quorum. 9.8, a vacancy shall occur upon resignation or if any elected member has missed more than 2 consecutive meetings with unexcused absence. Replacement in the relevant order shall be in the same manner as for one replaced. 9.9, the Diocesan Council shall meet at least every other month. Questions? Okay. Canon 10, Standing Committee. 10.1, there shall be a standing committee which shall have the duties and powers and authority described in the Constitution and canons of the Episcopal Church. The standing committee shall also serve as a council of advice to the bishop. 10.2, each annual convention shall elect to the standing committee 2 diocesan clergy, clergy member will be nominated for a 3-year term and one for a 2-year term. One lay member will be nominated for a 3-year term and one for a 2-year term and one for a 1-year term. The 6th member shall serve a 1-year term. After the transition period, members will serve 3-year terms. Members may serve 2 consecutive 3-year terms. An elected member who has served 2 consecutive 3-year terms shall not be eligible for re-election until 1 year shall have elapsed. 10.4. The Standing Committee will elect a president and secretary. Canon 11, regions. There shall be a regional council for each of the 3 regions, San Juan, Southeast, and Utah. 11.2. The regional council shall consist of all clergy designated as priest in charge or vicar of a congregation within the region. The senior warden from each congregation and at least 2 lay representatives from each congregation elected at the respective congregation's annual meeting. The bishop and diocesan treasurer shall serve as ex officio members. The bishop shall preside at the regional council meetings and may designate others to preside. 11.3. The regional council shall be responsible for acting in a role of a bishop's committee in developing and coordinating the mission and ministry programs of the region and the congregation within the region. Questions?
Back to 9.2. Can you tell me how many members there are in the Diocesan Council?
9.2, how many members are there in the Diocesan Council? I believe there is, according to this one, says 1.2, membership. The bishop shall appoint 2 lay members from each region, so that's 2, 4, 6, right?
And 1 clergy from each region.
And 1 clergy from each region.
And the secretary. And
So you have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Okay. Plus the bishop.
Plus the bishop and the
12 altogether.
Secretary and treasurer.
secretary, so 12 altogether.
And does the bishop have a vote?
The bishop has a
Yes.
vote.
The secretary and treasurer do not have votes.
So anything above 5 is a quorum.
Yes, half
Yeah.
of the
5 or above, yes.
50, number 50% plus 1.
Okay.
Just to make it complicated. Yeah. All right. Okay, now we are 12 congregations. 12.1. The authority to form congregations shall be vested in the bishop with the advice of the regional. Looks like that period.
I think it was supposed to be the regional council.
Okay.
Council that left out.
Okay, and the approval of the standing committee. The authority to suspend or close a congregation shall be vested in the bishop with the advice of the regional council and approval of the standing committee and convention. So 12.3, congregational annual meetings. Each congregation shall hold an annual meeting on a date set in consultation with regional council and bishop. 12.3.2, the priest in charge of the congregation, if present, may preside at the annual meeting. The priest may also designate others to preside. 12.3.3, at the annual meeting, elections will be held to select members of the regional council and delegates to convention. The congregation may also elect a bishop's committee to oversee its life and mission and to exercise those responsibilities delegated to congregations by the regional council.
I already see the trouble with 12.2. Because you have someone coming into Navajoland that doesn't want to, doesn't really not exercise leadership, and they're going to miss the deadline for the March meeting. There's a deadline on 3.1 where the vicar has to give the delegates names by March 1st. So you can have a new priest that doesn't want to exercise leadership, and they're going to hold up annual meeting past March, past the deadline. So 12.2 should reference to 3.1, commenting that the delegates of alternatives shall take office by the 1st of March, and their elections shall serve until March 1st.
I don't quite know what the question is.
It's not a question. It's you have trouble with 12.2 trying to enforce it, because you're going to have a new priest right out of seminary, and you're going to push off the annual meeting until March, and then you say in 3.1 that you want all the names by March 1st.
Well, they can be elected early, but the regional council should be overseeing the situation like that. The regional council has power over congregations.
I just think you should give them a heads up that keep in mind that the deadline in 3.1.
I think what he's suggesting is that to reference 12.2, reference to 3.1, so that the new priest in charge stays focused that this is the responsibility.
I mean, there are all sorts of responsibilities. You want to set another time for congregation annual meetings?
I just want to tell the vicars that you got January, February, it's going to be hard. I know some churches have their annual meetings in February and March. You have to do it in January, December, or February.
Yeah, you just have to do it in time for someone to take office.
Can we amend 12.3.1 to say on a date set in consultation, blah, 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 prior to March 1st? Would that solve it, Michael?
Yeah. Congregation annual meetings, just keep in mind that you have to give each congregation should hold an annual meeting on a date set in consultation with the regional council. And try to make
The regional councils need to
try to make your March 1st deadline for submitting those delegates names.
I think that's a responsibility of the local regional councils to comply with the March date. Because ultimately, overall, the regional councils are responsible for the church functions, which includes the management. So if you have a new priest coming in, you won't be expecting the regional council to step in to meet some of the deadlines that set out in canons.
We don't even have regional council in San Juan. You guys have regional council meetings? Yeah. You have 22 churches, and St. Joseph's has a meeting. And there's Utah too.
That's probably at another meeting, because that we cannot share.
But the canons to this convention under congregation, I believe in the old canon, the Navajoland Mission, it does state it in such a way as this. So it takes the responsibility of the regional council to be sure that you have your elections in January so that your membership will be able to start March the 1st. So that's leadership responsibility. And so this is why it's important to make sure that your leadership is up to date with reading the Constitution and canons. That's a responsibility of the elected members of the church. Are there any other questions, thoughts, suggestions? Reverend Paul?
Going back to the regional council, that's called a bishop's committee, right?
No.
No.
The bishops' committee are the committee of a congregation.
But we do have the Canon 11.3, putting regional councils responsible for acting the role
of a bishop's committee.
And they can work that out in the Convocation.
The way the canons are written right now, it allows individual congregations to also have their own bishops' committee that will then work with the regional council. Normally,
You can't have two bishops' committee for the same congregation, though.
Right. So you have a clerk and a single board.
Is that helpful? Andrea?
I understand that the leaders of the church congregation, like All Saints has they're right here, president of the leaders, officers.
Wardens?
Yeah.
Wardens.
The warden, junior warden, senior warden, and the secretary, right? Or and the treasurer. They're the committee. If it's in the canon like that, I don't know.
Isn't this what we have been doing? I thought this came from what the Great Mission did. That's right,
Well, I think that they have regional councils. I mean, certain each region is different. So they've been, pardon?
This will unify.
Yeah, so some have just regional councils, no bishops committee. There's one that has bishops committee that serves as a regional council. So we need
so this
to get
is trying to bring it together so they're all the same.
Right. So this is, our hope is to get all the regions the same to work in a way that will be consistent and clear about the roles.
In other words, San Juan region needs a regional council.
Correct. If we adopt these canons.
Because I know that Utah region has a regional council.
Yes.
So I guess the warden, the senior warden and the junior warden would be the regional council, part of the regional council.
That's the way we've been running because they can't get leadership from the other churches, so they just have one big regional council. They can't raise up the senior warden, the junior warden, the treasurer, and the secretary. So they just have one regional council.
Right.
And in San Juan region, we have tried to encourage that at St. Luke's and St. Michael's and All Saints. To each have a warden to fulfill their roles.
And that's challenging to do, but that's very successful.
But the regional council is elected, each congregation elects their representatives on the regional council. And then they can have their own local leadership.
But there has to be coordination between congregations and regional councils.
You wouldn't want the bishops' committees working independently of the
Right.
regional council. They need to work together. With the regional council being the one ultimately responsible for it.
That's what this does. It's trying to unify.
Does anyone make any changes here?
Paula, can you, it's hard to hear from.
Okay. I just want to say that our regional council, we have Lily Henderson and Evelyn Cantobi from St. John the Baptizer as part of the regional council, where the place we meet would be most of the time at St. Christopher. So I'm just to let myself know that that's what it is. And of course, the clergy, I'm clergy, so I'm a member of that regional council. That's now I'm beginning to see that.
But you don't have a bishop committee?
No, we don't have one.
Bishop committee is defined in the Episcopal Church canons under vestries and bishops committee. So the legal entity of a bishops committee as such is defined in the Episcopal Church canons. So when it says here in these canons that it functions as a bishops committee for the region, then that's the legal entity as defined in the Episcopal Church canons.
I didn't get that.
It says bishop, because did you say bishops committee serves as regional council?
No.
The other way around.
Regional council serves as bishops committee? If there's no bishops committee. If there's no
For the region.
There's no bishops committee, they serve as the bishop committee.
Then we should put that on the canons.
It is in the
It's
canons.
like that.
My impression that the way you've operated is you have regional councils really working with congregations, but overseeing congregations because there may not be enough people in each congregation to do all that.
Yes.
If that's not the case, let's talk about it.
So as it says here, it says authority to form a congregation, oh, sorry, I'm at the wrong spot.
I think you want to look at 11.3.
11.3, it says that the regional council shall be responsible for acting in a role of a bishop's committee in developing and coordinating the mission and ministry programs of the region and the congregations within the region.
So for All Saints, you should just.
And every congregation has representation in that council.
So for All Saints, we should just be having a regional.
Yeah.
How's like that?
Sounds like we could just change our meeting to regional.
But then we have to get somebody from St. Michael's and somebody from St. Luke's.
Yes.
Well, you can invite, you can't necessarily force. You can invite.
And that's why we should put, they need representation for each congregation.
Yep.
With representation from each congregation. A regional council to be represented by.
Okay, 11.2.
Right, the 11.2, it says the regional council shall consist of all clergy designated as priest in charge or vicar of a congregation within that region.
Where are you?
I'm back at the canons, 11, where it says 11.2. 11.2.
Yeah.
It says the regional councils shall consist of all clergy designated as priests in charge or vicar of a congregation within the region, the senior warden from each congregation, and at least 2 lay representatives from each congregation, elected at the respective congregation's annual meeting. So that means that at your annual meeting, the senior warden from each congregation and 2 lay representatives from each congregation's elected become the regional council. Is that helpful? And then the bishop and the treasurer serve as ex officio. So in other words, if you, let me just put it this way. Let's say for All Saints, you have a warden, and from St. Michael's, you have a warden, and St. Luke's, you have a warden. That makes a regional council, along with the vicar or priest in charge. But you have to at least means one up to two. You can, if you don't have two people, you can at least vote one.
You have to have at least two.
At least two? Oh, okay. I thought it said up to two.
That's
no, at least two lay representatives from each congregation. So you elect two other persons from each of the congregations to serve on the regional council.
And what happens if they don't show up?
And what happens when they don't show up?
They don't get to vote.
I have to do a lot of encouraging and,
yeah. And this is where, you know, building up the church and making sure that we're encouraging others to be a part of the mission of the church. Just like Bishop Barry mentioned that God's vision, God's mission, that they are a part of this ministry altogether, because without people, we aren't able to do what God needs us to do for the church.
And there falls and caution and
yes,
loving one another and encouraging in that way. All one learning circle talking.
Got a question for you.
Okay, question, Mark.
It's actually not a question, I just wanted to point something out for all of us to be aware of. It's kind of something we've never done before.
Could you kind of
speak?
Yeah, speak up.
So I'm noticing, and I noticed this before, I just wanted to be aware, what we're writing into here is the bishop shall preside over regional council meetings. We've never done that. And of course I see he can appoint somebody else, but I just wanted to note, I just noticed that. But also as the treasurer, I have always attended the Southeast Region's meetings, but I've never attended Utah or San Juan. So that's just a new thing that we have to think about, how that works, coordinating council meetings.
And I think that's probably where, since most of the meetings are scheduled on different times of the month or every other month, that the council needs to let you know when their meetings are so that you can be a part of the meetings. And the bishop needs to know when you all are meeting, so he can be a part of the meeting if he's available to meet with you all. Michael, the second Sunday of the month, Michael said regional meeting or
Second Sunday of the month.
Southeast Region.
Every region can't meet at the same time. The bishop can't.
Okay.
Meaning that don't make the meeting on the same day either, like you're going to meet at 12 p.m. and don't schedule the other one at 3 p.m. because you're going to exhaust your bishop.
Father Jack has only scheduled his. This has been ongoing. It's been running well. Thank you, Jack. He has scheduled us on the third Sunday of every month.
For Utah Council?
Yes.
What time do you guys make?
After church.
That could be a conflict with San Juan, Southeast Region.
So you'll need to communicate with each other to see where your regional council, you can have your regional council so it doesn't conflict and you're having it at the same time. So that way it gives and allows Margaret Putnam to be a part of the meeting as well as the bishop. So we're good with this? Okay. Canon 12, congregations. Did we already do this one?
Yeah.
We did that.
Okay. All right, Canon 13, care of the church records. That's ministry. The wardens, along with the priests in charge of a congregation, are responsible for all congregational records, which means congregational records is keeping your record book, you know, like when you have services, it's like a red book that you have. You date when you have Holy Eucharist, when you had morning prayer, burials, baptisms, and things like that. So that's your church record. But there's also another booklet that is the, I believe it's the parish book record. I mean,
Parish register.
Register. There's a register for each region, and in that register you document all baptisms, funerals, weddings, and all that in that register, and all those have to be kept up with.
Yeah, because that's part of your annual parochial reports. That's information you need for that.
All right, so Canon 14, Finances. The trustees of the Corporation of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland shall consist of the bishop and standing committee. 14.2. The title to all real property of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland and its congregation shall be vested in the Episcopal Church in Navajoland, a non-profit Utah corporation. All real and personal property held or for the benefit of any parish, mission, and congregation is held in trust for the Episcopal Church and this diocese. 14.3. All trusts and permanent funds belonging to the Episcopal Church in Navajoland or any congregation thereof shall be deposited in trust and thereafter left with the corporation. 14.4. A fully detailed statement of all such trusts and permanent funds shall be prepared annually by the treasurer. 14.5. All securities and money in the hands of the corporation or awaiting use or investment shall be deposited with or placed in charge and custody of such banks or financial institution as the corporation may designate through the treasurer. 14.6.
Excuse me, if you're recording this, it's 13.
13.
Yeah, it is. It's 13, right? No.
14.
Oh, okay.
14.
On my phone is different then.
You're probably looking at canons that's not up to date. These are the latest and newest ones, which says
6.425 at the top.
It actually says 6.525 at the top. The corrected version was in your packet. 14.4. A fully detailed statement of all such trusts and permanent funds shall be prepared annually by the treasurer. 14.5. All securities and money in the hands of the corporation or awaiting use of investment shall be deposited with or placed in the charge and custody of such banks or final institution and corporation may designate through the treasurer. 14.6. Such banks or financial institution under the direction of the trustees of the corporation shall collect and pay over to the treasurer the income of the securities, invest and reinvest the capital thereof, keep proper accounts for the trustees, and hold all such property at all times subject to the order of the corporation. 14.7. All orders for the sale or release of any securities in the possession of the banks or financial institutions shall be signed by 2 authorized trustees, one of whom shall be the treasurer. 14.8. The treasurer shall keep an accurate account of each trust fund and all assets of the diocese separately, and shall make an annual report to the convention, and as requested to the Diocesan Council in writing in regard to these funds. And that's the finances. Okay, Canon 15, Assessment. Each congregation shall pay an assessment for its share of the amount needed to maintain the Episcopal Church in Navajoland, as determined by the Diocesan Council and at the time prescribed by the Diocesan Council. The assessment will be included in the annual budget presented to the Diocesan Council. 15.2, representation. No congregation delinquent in the payment of the preceding year's assessment shall be entitled to representation in convention by its elected delegates until such delinquency shall have been made up. The convention may, by majority of those present, reinstate delinquent congregations. Can you say a little bit about that, Nancy?
Yes, I mean, every diocese puts an assessment on every congregation in the diocese, and there's one more section on the next page of what might happen in the case of delinquency. And so the treasurer's going to, and the council is going to put together a budget, and you have funds from the Episcopal Church, you have funds from donations and all of that, and then you also figure in making up the budget how much come from each congregation. And that convention approves all of, or the budget, the council approves all of that. And if a congregation isn't able to meet its assessment, then the 15.3 comes up saying if the congregation is unable to meet the assessment for 2 consecutive years, a diocesan council to determine the reasons for delinquency, offering to that congregation whatever assistance is needed, either in accounting procedures or to determine if special allowance or exemptions should be made for the delinquent congregation. So you're trying to have every congregation responsible in some way for providing funds for the diocese to operate.
We have a question in the back. Carol?
I brought this up when we talked about the Constitution as well, but really, our little congregations don't have responsibility over their money. They hand in their money to, I don't know, the bookkeeper. Margaret has control over it, but to say that St. Luke's is due to have $10,000, that's ridiculous. But they don't have control over that, like a regular congregation and a regular diocese does.
Margaret would like to speak to that.
Sure. So that's true, and but the congregations don't have their own bank accounts. Again, we're back to this whole regional conversation. Everything is regional, so that there's a regional bank account. Southeast region has a bank account. San Juan region has a bank account. Utah region has a bank account. So again, but we have been working with this assessment idea. We just have done it regional. For example, in this year's budget, we expect $5,000 from the Utah region. We expect $5,000 from the Southeast region, and we expect San Juan to give $5,000. So that's kind of the way we're working with it right now. This wording here is the way the rest of the church does it, but we're a little bit different. I don't know how you want to change it, the way it's worded, but I don't see that's going to change much.
Yeah, I think each region is just, in different places financially. So, even if each region was to give what they can, what they are able, at least to stay up to, with accordance with the canons, to offer what they can. So, in other words, since I serve on an assessment committee for the Episcopal Church, you can even look at doing waivers.
Well, yeah. Speaking of that, we're waiting to hear from them about, we applied for a waiver. So this, on a larger level, we as a diocese have to do the same thing. We have to pay an assessment up to the national church. And it's based on every year I do a diocesan report. It's just a diocesan version of the parochial report. And so they can see, okay, how much money came from here and there and everywhere, and it comes down to how much net money we made. And plus they have a deductible, just like on our taxes. Take that out. And then they say 15% of that number is how much you really need to pay to us. If you can't afford to do it, you can apply for a waiver, full waiver, or a partial waiver. And we have applied for a partial waiver because we would like to give something. So hopefully that's helpful.
Reverend?
Thank you. As a visitor, I wanted to just share because I think in the Diocese of Los Angeles, where I am canonically resident, the language can feel like it's a punishment. So what we do is we say you can have voice and presence. So it doesn't mean you can't show up at convention. You can still show up and have a seat. You just can't vote on resolutions when you're there. If you've not, but that's after maybe 3 years of working with the local congregation, trying to figure out how they can help. So, but I noticed that kind of language can feel like a punishment, and it's like, oh, so I'm not going to go to Diocesan Convention anymore. No, I think everybody still shows up. It's just I want to just share that from Los Angeles.
Thank you. Anna? Paolo?
I'd like to add, this is for us, the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. It's all been renewed, everything in here. And that's what we're all here to go through is an understanding for each church in the Episcopal Church in Navajoland. Follow it. These are the rules now.
Okay, so we are now going to move to Canon 16. It says, the fiscal year of the diocese and all congregations shall be the calendar year. Canon 17, ecclesiastical discipline. Regarding all matters of ecclesiastical discipline involving the clergy of the diocese, the canons of the Episcopal Church will apply. Structures and officials required for any disciplinary proceedings conducted pursuant to Title IV of the Canons of the Episcopal Church shall be appointed by the bishop with the approval of the standing committee. Such appointments may include the appointment of persons from outside the diocese. 17.2. The diocese may elect to enter into a compact among other dioceses to develop and share resources necessary to implement Title IV in this Constitution, including members of the disciplinary boards, church attorneys, intake officers, advisors, investigators, conciliators, and administrative and financial support for proceedings under Title IV, here and after the disciplinary board compact. The bishop of the diocese shall be authorized to execute and implement the disciplinary board compact and any amendments or modification thereto consistent with this canon. Canon 18, amendments. These canons may be amended by majority vote at a regular or special convention meeting. 18.2, proposed amendments must be circulated in writing to all congregations at least 45 days prior to the convention meeting. And this concludes our first portion of the canons.
I do to order the resolutions.
Yes, we can move forward to the...
At this point, I would ask you, the Standing Committee, for a motion to adopt the canons as corrected.
Excuse me, Bishop?
Yes.
You might want to do the regular rules since they are part of the canons.
I'm concerned that we get on with the election process. It's approaching 4 o'clock here. Is it possible we can have my understanding is we can have a special Zoom meeting in the near future to do the rules of convention? And that would allow us to go directly to...
But I think you might want to hold off your vote until you do the rules, is all I'm saying.
All right then. Okay. I would like then to proceed with the election process, presentation and rules of a special convention for election.
So you want us to move forward with the rules?
process / rules of election, Reverend Ann Halsey and Mary Nate Chi.
You want to do the rules for the electing convention first?
Yes.
I want the package that the standing committee has in mind. Would people like to hear about, they were promised earlier they'd hear something about a search committee?
Yes, the search committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe we could do that and if there's time, come back to the canons.
Yes.
Good afternoon. We'd like to introduce ourselves. I'm Reverend Ann Halsey, and I'm the consultant to the search process. And I am canonically resident as a priest in the Diocese of Northern California.
And I'm Mary Nate Chi, trabalho já, achei bastante na nesteja tachi, ni tachi, tachi ni ashna, sei june nasha, Farmington, Michigan.
So, search committee, we have several members of our search committee are here, not everyone. Do you want to introduce them?
And if I call your name, please, I call your name actually. Please stand up.
So you can see who your search committee is, at least most of them.
Yeah. From the southeast region, we have Georgia, from Utah, we have Lily Henderson and Evelyn Lantonti. And then from San Juan, it's me. For clergy, we have Paula, Reverend Paula Hanson. And we have Carol Tucci. Yes, we have everybody. And then we have other helpers that are currently helping us. We have GJ, we have Ryan, and then we have my sister Marietta, who needed a break, so she's not in here. But we have met a few times, and we do everything by Zoom, so we're currently working on the profile for the search process, and we're doing profiles for each region. So we have each, some people writing a piece for each region to put into the profile.
Let me explain what a profile is if you don't know. When a diocese is looking for a bishop, they create a profile, which is basically their story. It gives their history, it talks about their key ministry objectives, identifies the congregations, lots of beautiful pictures, financial statements. And the most important part is what we are looking for in a bishop, or what we might want in a bishop. It's phrased differently. And that profile is produced, it's always, well, now these days it's electronic, and it's published to the whole church. And part of the profile process is also an application. So priests who might be interested in becoming a bishop here would fill out this application. It has questions on it. It has references, asks for references, and get other background information about the candidates. And the committee goes through that information. So that's the profile package. And it goes out to the whole church, and it's posted for I think our timeline has 3 weeks. And people are watching already. They're paying attention to this if they're interested in being Bishop of Navajoland. So we're already thinking about it and waiting for our profile to be published. Any questions about what that profile is or does? Thank you.
So right now we have, GJ was kind of put up the Bishop Search site on the internet.
So we have a specially dedicated Bishop Search page, which is, when you go to the, when you open the website for the Episcopal Church of Navajoland, running across the top is a banner going both directions, or it'll catch your eye, and it's you click on that banner, it says Bishop Search, and you click on that banner, and it, oh wait, go back to the, so you see that little line, turquoise line moving across the top? You click on that, and it will take you to the Bishop Search page, which GJ has put together, and it's terrific. There's an initial part, kind of an introduction, and then you want to tell about what else is on there?
So we talk, people talk about the 3 streams earlier, how we've done number 1 and number 2, and this is the 3rd stream, so this is also discussed in there.
And the mission statement is on that page.
So it has the introductory information, it has names of the committee members, and it has the invitation to participate in steps in the search. And it will be updated as we go along.
So at the bottom of the Bishop Search page is this graphic that we actually can maybe make a little bigger or something. Or we have a separate, it's not all together. So this tells you the timeline of the search process. And it doesn't have a lot of really specific dates. It's a more general timeline in keeping with what Ken and Cornelia was talking about and Bishop Barry were talking about, both of them this morning. Listening to the Spirit, being patient with the process. This is going to take as long as it takes. This is kind of our idea of what it might take. And these are the various steps that most dioceses go through when they're looking for a bishop. So the steps in this search, it's hard to see here, but the very first step was interviewing elders in each region. We had conversations about what is the traditional way for Navajo to choose leaders. And we did that, got some very good information, and then the search committee was appointed by the standing committee. And that happened, so we did that, and we did it on time, I'm glad to say. And then the next step is the search committee begins its work, and that's what we're doing now. It started out meeting every single week. Now, because there's writing and assembling of facts and information, we're moving to a slightly longer meeting, but every other week. So the search committee begins its work. That's the next step. And then, hopefully, our profile will be done by the end of July, and we will post it. Nominations will continue into August, about 3 weeks for nominations. And then the search committee will do all the background work on each person who applies. So, you want to review some of those?
Okay, you know it.
I can probably talk faster about it. So the nominations, can you go down to the, candidate reviews. So we will look at their application. We will check all of their references that are listed and even maybe references they didn't list, which is also an interesting thing. If somebody has been an assistant in a parish, assistant priest, and they don't list the rector they worked under, you might want to talk to that rector to find out why that got left out. And we also are required by the Episcopal Church canons to do a forensic background search. And that means we check driving records, DMV records, we check criminal backgrounds, we check bankruptcy and financial information. It's quite comprehensive. And the search consultants group is doing better jobs on this all the time. So once we finish those, look at everybody who has applied, and they've passed their background searches and reference checks, then the names are submitted to the standing committee because, as the canons say, the standing committee is in charge of the search process. And so the search committee is the worker bee, and the standing committee is the decision place. So those names go to the standing committee, and they will post them. It's their job to make the names of our candidates public. Okay, then the next thing is the candidates are announced right next to that, and then we have meet and greet. And what we're thinking about, this decision has not been made because that's into the fall. But instead of a typical diocese will bring in all these candidates, and they'll have what's called a meet and greet. They travel around the diocese for a week or so, and they might meet in one church in the afternoon and another church in the evening. Now, one of the things the elders were really clear about in the talking circles is if they have not watched someone grow up, if they don't know this person who's a candidate who has been raised up in this diocese, in these congregations, they don't know them, they need to know them a little bit at least. And so instead of an afternoon meeting, we would like to bring candidates into the diocese, into each region, and spend about 4 or 5 days in each region. So they can celebrate Eucharist, they can preach sermons, they can talk informally with both elders, with the congregational leadership, with whoever wants to come, and also with the youth of the congregation or the region. So then the meet and greets happen, and those will probably be in November. We try to keep those as close to the electing convention as possible, because sometimes you forget, well, what was that? Well, that person was from here, and what did we like about that person? And so it's good to have them close to the electing convention. And then we have there's nothing below that, right? No. So next we're thinking about creating a community day of discernment before the electing convention, because we have been given permission to do this. In fact, we've been charged to do this faithfully as we can in the Navajo way. But we also have the canons of the church that we have to follow. So we have a foot in both worlds. And so both a communal discernment as well as the actual election. The electing convention has to be no less than 120 days before the consecration. We have a tentative consecration date of May 9th, 2026. 120 days before that, and this is by the Episcopal Church canons, which should get changed, and we've been trying to change it for convention after convention, convention after general convention. It was set up for 120 days in the days when everything was done by mail. Well, now it all gets done electronically in half the time, and the rest of the time, people are just waiting. So, but we're still stuck with 120 days. So we have to have the electing convention no later than January 9th. And hopefully we can get it before. And then we go through 120 days of consents, both a majority of the standing committees, and you've heard in Canon Cornelius' report about giving consent to a bishop election. That's what the rest of the church will do for us, as well as consents in the House of Bishops. And it has to be a majority there as well. And if all goes well, we get our consents, then we have a consecration. We don't have to have a consecration by May 9th. It would be good if we could. The presiding bishop's calendar is very crowded, and if we can't do it then, we'll have to wait at least 6 months. We can do that. The Holy Spirit has taught us how to do this with patience. Questions? Marinita knows all the answers. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Can you just say who is invited to apply?
Oh, that was a thing on my list. Sorry. Oh, who's invited to apply? Yes. You want to address that because you can't discriminate?
Yeah, the canons of the Episcopal Church says we cannot discriminate, so we cannot put anything in there saying they have to be Navajo or something like that.
Or they have to be indigenous.
Yeah, so that's not allowed.
We can say
Something's preferred,
or some other language.
pretty much anybody any priest in the Episcopal Church.
Who has been a priest for 5 years.
Can, or I guess another bishop.
Yes, another bishop could apply. Thank you, Paul. You reminded me of something really important I need to say. You'll see in the special rules for an electing convention, which the convention of the diocese must pass, it says who are the clergy eligible to vote. This is sometimes a sticking point in dioceses, and we have our special rules have clarified this, so that the clergy who are eligible to vote must be both canonically and physically resident in this diocese. So someone might never have changed their canonical residence, but they might live in New York. Well, they can't vote in this. They can't vote in this convention. And then the lay delegates are those people who are elected by their annual meetings. So your annual meeting in the first part of next year, if it's done by March 1st, the lay deputies serve from March 1st through the following March 1st, and they are the people who will be voting in that electing convention.
But that would be the ones who are already elected if we have our convention January 9th, right?
Those that are, that's right.
Right, if we have an electing convention before January
You said January 9th was the last.
Actually, it is, so that's right, good clarification. The people who are elected now, you delegates from your congregations and regions, you will be the lay delegates, and of course the clergy, who are choosing the next bishop. So it's you. So, and you have to, the other thing that's really important about those rules of order, everybody has to be in the room. There will be no online voting. There will be no online presence. If you are going to come to this electing convention whose only order of business is to choose a bishop, so it won't be a longer one like this. The only order of business is to choose a bishop, and you have to be in the room.
Is there a minimum amount of people that will be presented as a slate?
No. With the standing committee, we have not asked the standing committee to designate that because it just adds more time and steps that aren't, and more rules that aren't particularly in the Navajo way.
You want to say? You want to come back?
Is it free food?
canons that you just spent all that time on until we also go through the rules of convention, not the rules of the election convention that just got mentioned. That's the third document in your packet. Not that one. The one before that. The one in the sandwich. The middle document in my packet. It's the one that is Missionary Diocese of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland, Rules of Order of Convention. That's how those are the rules by which we'll do business when we meet in convention. So if we get through those in good order, then we can vote the whole thing. All right, you're on.
Except for
This is the boring part of all this, unless you're a parliamentarian and love this.
Except for, just to clarify, we will not be voting on the rules of order for the special convention of the Missionary Diocese of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland for the election of its first diocesan bishop. That is not the one that we're going to be voting on today. We're going to work on another special Zoom convention for that one.
Well, maybe. That's an option. You know, it depends on how expeditious we can be.
Well, if we get through the convention piece like in 5 minutes, then we can look at the special election one for the bishop. So we're going to rock and roll right now. All right, here we go. Order of business of the convention. The convention shall open with divine worship, at which service the bishop may read an address. Following the service, the president shall take the chair, after which the order of business shall be as follows. 1, 2, report of the committee on credentials and acceptances of any credential dispute. 1, 3, a quorum being present, the president shall declare the convention organized for business. 1, 4, appointment of a parliamentarian. 1, 5, adoption of the order of business. 2, presider. The bishop, as president, shall preside at all meetings of the convention and may designate others to preside. In the event of the absence of the bishop or vacancy of the office of the bishop, the president of the standing committee shall preside. 3, business of convention. The convention shall deliberate as one body, except otherwise provided by this Constitution or by canon. Each member of the clergy entitled to vote and each lay delegate shall have 1 vote and except as otherwise provided by the Constitution or by canon, a majority of all votes cast shall determine any question submitted to the convention. 3.2. The parliamentarian and all the special committees shall be appointed by the president unless otherwise ordered. The ecclesiastical authority shall appoint a committee on credentials in the events of any meetings of the convention. 3.3. The nominating committee shall present its nomination to the convention for all elective offices. Nominations may also be made from the floor. Information in support of nominations made from the floor shall be limited to that of the standard diocesan candidate data. Formal speeches are prohibited. There shall be no write-in ballots. 3.4. All elections shall be written ballot or be by written ballot or electronic ballot unless a voice vote is approved by the convention or if otherwise provided for in this Constitution, the canons and or by any special rules of order adopted by the convention and shall be conducted in accordance with the applicable canons and rules of this convention. In the case of elections to a body where there are not provisions made otherwise, if an election requires more than 2 ballots, the 3rd ballot shall decide the election, with the election determined in order of votes received. 3.5. All canonical diocesan bodies shall submit annual written reports to the Secretary of Convention, care of the diocesan office, no less than 30 days prior to the start of the annual meeting of the convention for inclusion in delegates' packets. Such report shall be received by the convention in course without motion for the acceptance and without without reading at the convention. They shall be included in the journal of the convention unless otherwise ordered. In recommending or requiring any action or expression of opinion by the convention, they shall be accompanied by a resolution or resolutions for their consideration. Written report shall be accepted or acted upon as written. Convention time shall be limited to discussion, debate, and voting upon any proposed action and shall exclude the reading of written reports already in the hands of delegates. 3.6. The prescribed order of business shall be departed from, nor shall any rule of order be suspended unless by a vote of 2/3 of the members present. 3.7. The debate on any subject shall be limited to 15 minutes. In addition, debate by any one person shall be limited to 2 minutes, and such persons shall have the opportunity to respond only after others have had a chance to speak. If time remains within the 15-minute period, such response shall be limited to 1 additional minute. 3.8. No orders of business shall be changed or rescinded except by a vote of the convention. 3.9. An alternate delegate may not vote or have voice in the convention unless and until certified by the committee on credentials or as a substitute for a delegate. There shall be no absentee or proxy ballots accepted. 3.10. The president is authorized to appoint a committee to examine the minutes of each day's session to certify their accuracy. 3.11. Following the close of the convention, the president of the convention and the secretary of the convention are authorized to certify the minutes of the convention for publication. 3.12. The courtesy of seat voice shall be granted the heads of all committees and the representatives of special projects for the purpose of explaining their work and responding to questions. 3.13. Should the convention be conducted as a synchronous, sounds like a dinosaur name. Synchronous electronic video screen meeting. Such meeting shall support electronic voting and visible display that 1. Identify those participating. 2. Identify those seeking recognition to speak. 3. Show or permit the retrieval of the text of pending motions. And 4. Show the results of votes. An electronic meeting of the convention shall otherwise be subject to all rules adopted by the convention to govern its annual meeting, which may include any limitations on and requirements for members' participation. The rules shall supersede any conflicting rules in Robert's Rules of Order. In addition, the following procedures shall apply. 3.13.1. An electronic vote conducted by an administrator under the direction of the secretary shall be deemed a written ballot vote, fulfilling any requirement in the Constitution and canons or any applicable rule that a vote be conducted by a written ballot. An electronic vote by an individual shall be deemed confidential so long as the vote cast by the individual is available only to the administrator of the voting system. The administrator shall not disclose the specific vote of any delegate to which the administrator shall have access and shall only report aggregate voting tallies. 13.3.2. Except when a written ballot is required, business may be conducted by unanimous consent. 3.13.3. Members shall identify themselves as required to sign into the Internet meeting service and shall maintain Internet and audio access throughout the meeting whenever present, but shall sign out upon departure before adjournment. 13.3.4. The presence of a quorum shall be established by the online list of participating members. 3.13.5. Each member is responsible for the member's audio and Internet connections. No action shall be invalidated on the grounds that the loss of or poor quality of a member's individual connection prevented participation in the meeting. 3.13.6. The President may cause or direct the disconnection or muting of any member's connection if the member or the member's connection is causing undue interference with the meeting. The President's decision to do so is subject to non-debatable appeal that can be made by any member to convention. The President's decision, if sustained as appeal, shall be recorded in the minutes of convention. 3.13.7. In addition to display of pending motions or results of votes, a video image of any member currently recognized to speak or report shall be displayed. While speaking, any other video image as the President designates shall be displayed in the President's discretion. Resolutions. 4.1. Any resolutions to be considered by any meeting of the convention other than those arising out of the business of the convention or the bishop's address or the reports of any canonical diocesan body must be filed by a member of the diocese with the secretary of the convention at least 45 days prior to the meeting of the convention at which it is desired to have the resolution considered. The secretary, 4.2, the secretary shall submit a copy of each resolution to the chair of the Committee on Resolutions and to the chair of the Committee on Constitution and Canons. These committees may suggest revisions of a proposed resolution to its proponent. 4.3. In the case of resolutions that may have financial impact, the Committee on Resolutions shall ask the Treasurer for analysis and advice, and the Committee shall solicit the advice of pertinent diocesan bodies and officers about resolutions affecting their work and purview. 4.4. The Committee on Constitution and Canon shall ensure that the form of any proposed resolution is in keeping with the form and substance of the Constitution and canons of this diocese. It may amend such proposed resolutions only to effect such consistency and may not amend the substance of the proposed resolution. The Committee on Constitution and Canons may suggest substantive amendments to the proponent of the proposed resolution. 4.5. The Secretary of the Convention shall cause all timely and properly submitted resolutions to be printed in the packet of information sent to all members, either in the form received or as revised by the proponent in agreement with the Committee on Resolutions. 4.6. Any resolution other than those arising out of the business of the convention or the bishop's address or of the reports of any diocesan body that have not been submitted in accordance with the procedures in section 4.1 of these rules must be in writing and filed with the Secretary of Convention, together with sufficient copies for the distribution to all members of the convention, if so requested by the Secretary of Convention. Prior to the first reports of the committees on resolutions, constitution, and canons. Any such resolution may be offered at the conclusion of the reports of those committees, and if it receives the affirmation of votes, 2/3 of the members present and voting, it may be considered on its merits as any other resolution. 4.7. The Committee on Resolution or on Constitution and Canons, as applicable, shall report to the Convention without exception on each resolution properly submitted. The Committee may report such resolution in a sequence as its discretion in consultation with the Committee on Dispatch of Business. All such reports shall be in one of the following forms. A. Recommends adoption with or without amendment. The question shall be on adoption of the resolution or the resolution as amended. B. Recommends rejection or without reasons. The question shall be on adoption of the resolution. C.
makes no recommendation. The question shall be on the adoption of the resolution. D, ask that the committee be discharged from further consideration of the resolution because 1, the matter is not within the scope of the convention's authority, or 2, the matter has already been dealt with by action of convention. The question shall be on acceptance of the committee report. If the report is accepted and the committee discharged, the resolution shall not be in order. 4.8, a majority vote shall be required for the adoption of a resolution. 4.9, any proposed amendments to a resolution may be filed with the Secretary of Convention at or before the opening of the convention, who shall refer them to the Committee on Resolutions. Any amendment so filed shall be included in the report of the Committee on Resolutions. Resolutions may be amended from the floor. 4.10, within 30 days of the following the close of the convention, it shall be the duty and responsibility of the delegates to the convention to communicate to the membership of their congregation the contents of such resolutions adopted by the convention. Resolutions passed at the annual meeting of the convention shall be published to the diocese in print or electronically within 2 months after the annual meeting. Parliamentary procedure 5.1. Except for the principal motion arising from reports of the standing diocesan bodies, no principal motion, amendment thereto, or substitute therefore shall be acted upon by the convention until duly seconded and submitted in writing. No amendment or substitute shall be finally adopted until the same has been read to the convention. 5.2. When a question is before the convention, no motion, except as hereafter provided, shall be received, but to lay on the table, to move the previous question, to limit debate, to postpone to a certain time, to commit, to amend, or to postpone indefinitely, which motions shall have precedence in the order named. 5.3. All amendments shall be considered in the order in which they are received. When a proposed amendment is under consideration, a motion to amend the same may be made. No further amendment to such a second amendment shall be in order. 5.4. A motion to lay on the table shall always be decided without debate. 5.5. A motion to adjourn shall always be in order when no member is speaking. 5.6. The person who made the motion or moved a resolution may withdraw the same without the consent of the seconder at any time before decision or amendment, in which case it shall not be entered upon the minutes. 5.7. If a question under a debate contains several distinct propositions, the same shall be divided at the request of any member and a vote taken separately on each division thereof. 5.8. The vote shall be taken by yeas and noes. On any single question, each member of the convention shall have 1 vote. No vote shall be taken by orders unless prescribed by the Constitution and canons. 5.9. Any member whose character or motive have been attacked or questioned in debate shall have the right to speak to a question of personal privilege. 5.10. A question that has been decided shall not be reconsidered during the same session except when significant new circumstances can be adduced to support reconsideration. No question shall be considered more than once in a motion to reconsider a resolution or motion previously adopted. The reconsideration of said action shall be preceded by the reading of the Secretary of the resolution as recorded in the minutes of the convention. 5.11. All questions of order shall be determined in the first instance by the President, but any member may appeal from any decision of the President, and on such appeal no member shall speak more than once without the leave of the convention. 5.12. During the debates, the President shall call alternatively upon those wishing to speak for and against the question, so long as there are those both pro and con which wish to speak. 5:13. No applause shall be permitted during debate or discussion of issues at any meeting of convention. 5:14. The proponent of a motion may, after having spoken to the motion, respond to questions from the floor before the debate begins. 5:15. A motion to caucus will always be in order, even after debate upon a question has been terminated. The motion is not debatable. Should it be carried by a majority, the chair will set the time allotted for the caucus. 5:16. The circumstances not covered by these rules, Robert Rules of Order shall apply. 5:17. A meeting at which a quorum is initially present may continue to transact business notwithstanding the departure of delegates, except in the case of the election of a bishop. 6. Budget. The council will present the adopted budget to convention for information.
Wow.
And
There are a few instances at the beginning of this that say this Constitution that should say the Constitution.
The Constitution. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other corrections, suggestions, thoughts to the rules? And this is the rules how the convention will be
So the motion that I'm inviting from the standing committee is to adopt the canons together with the rules of order of convention as corrected and amended. Thank you, Canon Cornelia, for reading the rules. Does anyone need them read again? You're all clear? All right. Anybody do motion?
Okay, the bishop, chair of the convention, on behalf of the standing committee, I move the convention of the Missionary Diocese to adopt the canons and rules of the convention as corrected and amended.
And it doesn't need to be seconded because it comes out of committee. Are you ready to vote? All in favor, hold up your green fans. Opposed, red fans? It is carried. Stand and congratulate yourselves. Thank you so much for helping to guide us through this. Thank you. Thank you, standing committee, for doing all the work you've done and bringing these to us as you have. We will, we do have those special, the rules of the special electing convention. My intention is that we do that by special Zoom meeting, because we do have a couple of other things we need to do while we're here together. And it's not a problem, I'm assured, to postpone it as long as we get it done before September. So sometime in the next couple months, and we'll put the date out very soon. We'll have a Zoom meeting to look at the rules for the convention to elect. That's that third set of rules that's there. We're all tired and we want to do it. We want to give it the attention it deserves. So this will give you a chance to read it through and refresh. Make sure that you can identify any questions or anything. And we can probably move pretty quickly through it in a Zoom format, like we did on the Constitution. So, yes?
I was just going to mention that when we approve this, remember in the canons, the standing committee will ask the bishop, or it says here, 14 days in advance for special convention.
Okay.
So,
all right.
that's the rules in here.
Already, the rules are being quoted to me. Okay. Thank you.
We'll be sure
So we'll get it out soon, but not, you know, we'll get at least 14 days notice. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I'm not the best at these things, so we're all going to help. We're going to learn the rules together, okay, as we go on. Thank you. So, Jerry Drino was going to...
Can I, excuse me,
please
just say one thing?
Please do.
We now have these canons, and I've made corrections, and I will send them on. Shirley, as the secretary, will have to sign them for your official copy.
Yes.
Do you want me to send them to Michael Glass in case the executive council would like, what they think they'd like to know that we got to them when they're considering the council?
Yes, yeah, once they're in the perfect form and signed and all that, yes.
Okay.
Got nothing to hide.
Thank you, Nancy.
So, we might actually pull this off, friends, 5 o'clock departure. We also weren't able to hear, unfortunately, in person or personally, from Dave Thompson, Friends of Navajoland, and John Great from the Economic Development Corporation. They have brief written statements that we will send to all of you, and following this meeting, I do want to just acknowledge how very grateful we are to those organizations and everyone who's involved in them. When I was thanking friends and supporters earlier, they were very much in the forefront of my thinking. We have the Hojo Center and the Owens Project from Cornelia Eaton. Can you give us a brief report on those things? You have a written report.
Yeah, I have a written report. I think y'all can
Just
read the
refer to
written
that.
report. And then the Owens Project, Paula did a great job reporting on that. So, but the only thing is that I think Mark and Sally Cadell would like to begin like a pilot, begin with a pilot program beginning at St. Christopher or St. John the Baptizer, and their hope is to move around to the regions to set up what they're going to do with at St. John's, and then bring it to New Mexico region, and then bring it to Good Shepherd. So it's just going to be continuous round going in to all the regions, and so I think it might be better doing it that way. So that way, when we're raising up folks to leadership in our own regions, they would know how to do the ministry and get familiarized with it.
Thank you. So that takes us to resolutions of the convention. These are courtesy resolutions, not the controversial kind that require debate with the limits on debate, the rules specified, etc., etc. These are happy resolutions, and I call upon Canon Cornelia to present these.
No, I can. All right, resolutions. Okay, so on behalf of the standing committee, and on behalf of ECN, we have a courtesy resolution to Canon Lee Curtis from the Diocese of Rio Grande, and it reads that whereas at the invitation of the Standing Committee of Navajoland, the Reverend Canon Lee Curtis of the Episcopal Diocese of Rio Grande, and friend to the people of Diné Bikéyah, facilitated listening sessions with the Diné to help the Diné create a mission statement for the new Missionary Diocese in the Episcopal Church. Whereas Canon Lee Curtis and his colleague, the Reverend Simone Drinkwater visited the 3 regions of the area mission within the 4 sacred mountains in May of 2024 to listen and learn about the ministry and spirituality of the Diné, which the Diné hold precious to their culture. Whereas Canon Lee Curtis combined the teachings and learnings of the Diné and recognized 4 themes that came forth: the way, service, and healing, and served as a pathway to guide the Standing Committee and the Council to workshop a mission statement on February 20 and 21, 2025. Whereas the mission statement in the form of prayer evolves, Jesus Digin Ayo Et A Biget Nilini Ninnajet. Is that how you say it? Ninnajet. Ninnajet. Kodo Hojon Dole Do Yada Ehi Bitanjet Ajo Bakdo Hashnet Bedad Echo Hojon Mahasli Dole. In the name of Jesus Christ, the Holy One, we set out to walk in harmony, seeking forgiveness and wholeness through compassion and service. Love binds us in relationship to all creation. In the beady way, all is restored again. Resolved that the first annual Diné Bikea Navajoland Missionary Diocesan Convention expresses their deep and heartfelt appreciation to Canon Lee Curtis, whose humility and generosity has been a gift to the people of Diné Bikea. And I have here, adopted by the Convention of the Missionary Diocese of Navajoland, date June 7, 2025.
So it's been moved and by the committee, no second required. All in favor? Green ballots? Opposed? Who doesn't want to say things? All right. Wonderful.
And the second resolution is similar to the first one, but it's to Reverend Simone Drinkwater. And the only thing that is different in that one is that I added an extra whereas. It says, whereas the Reverend Simone Drinkwater offered his many years of experience in linguistic translation to generate the Diné translation along with the elders to our mission statement prayer. So it's pretty similar, but that's the only part that was added to it was for his experience.
Thank you. Written versions of these will be available to you also. You can send those out.
Yes.
With the reports I mentioned. And so you move that?
I move this.
All in favor? Green ballots? Opposed?
Courtesy resolution to the Owen Project. Whereas it has been a long time practice of the Episcopal Church in Diné Bikea to encourage their members to follow the way of the Diné, alongside Jesus, the way of Jesus, in partnering with our neighbors and building up God's church. Whereas Mark and Sally Cadal began a project through the Diocese of West Texas called the Owens Project in memory of their son, Owen, who was passionate about helping children in Honduras and Guatemala with their reading skills and education. Whereas Mark and Sally and the Reverend Stephen Shortis of St. Andrews, Seguin, Texas, begun the Owen Project in Diné Bikea 4 years ago by providing generous gifts of Chromebooks and Starlinks to the regions to help with internet, to bring resources to meet the needs of the community for ongoing education. Be it resolved that the first annual Diné Bikea Navajoland Missionary Diocesan Convention offers their deepest heartfelt thanks to Mark and Sally Cadal and the Reverend Stephen Shortis of St. Andrews in the Diocese of West Texas for their care, love, and commitment to walk together in making a difference in the lives of the Diné in each of the regions in Diné Bikea, and for their generosity and sincerity of their gift. And be it resolved that we commit ourselves to work alongside
resolution to the Reverend Lester McKenzie. Chief. Whereas the Reverend Lester McKenzie, Chief of Mission and Program of the Episcopal Church, has been invited by the Provisional Bishop, Barry Weisner, and the Diocese of Navajoland as keynote speaker and guest preacher at the first annual convention of the Missionary Diocese of Navajoland. Whereas the people of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland wish to congratulate the Reverend Lester McKenzie for his leadership and ministry to the Episcopal Church. And be it resolved that the people of the Episcopal Church in Navajoland expresses their profound gratitude to the Reverend Lester McKenzie for accepting to be among the Diné and for his love, care, and support of the Diné people of the Missionary Diocese of Navajoland.
All in favor, stand and applaud.
In addition to our gratitude and appreciation for Lester being here with us as a new chief, we want to give to you this gift of wonderful man, representatives of Navajoland. So we want to put it over here.
Wow. I say that.
Wow, look at there. Nice.
Yeah. It's so good to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And finally, the final courtesy resolution is to Good Shepherd Mission. Whereas the members of the Episcopal Missionary Diocese of Navajoland attending their first annual convention at Good Shepherd Mission, Fort Defiance, Arizona, June 6 and 7, 2025, have enjoyed the hospitality of the people and clergy of Good Shepherd Mission. And whereas the community of Good Shepherd Mission has extended its generosity in hosting the convention with food and accommodation, warmth, and kindness. Therefore be it resolved that sincere thanks be given to the vicars, council, and the congregations of the Good Shepherd Mission for their gracious hospitality and welcome. And resolve that this resolution be incorporated in the minutes of the convention and copies be sent to lay and clergy leadership of Good Shepherd Mission.
Wonderful. All in favor of green petals? And, oh, all those red petals? It is terrible. Thank you. Again, the standing committee working overtime. That's the kind of thing a constitution, the resolutions committee, will take care of in the future. So one thing off the shoulders of the standing committee. That's one of the things our new rules will help manage. Please.
If it's so appropriate.
Yes.
Can we ask for a privilege?
Yes.
We want to honor from the Southeast region our senior deputies that are been so dedicated to us, and so we want to offer them a good gift.
Could I please invite Shirley McKinley, our first gift given to Shirley McKinley.
church. Yeah, announcement.
Only announcements we have from this convention is that as you leave, there are sack lunches. Your packages are back there, so get your travel home meals, and so on the way out, just grab them.
Thank you so much.
I'm confused. Who's my chief?
Who's your chief? Well, we have many chiefs, but one good shepherd. A closing prayer, and then we adjourn. God be with you. Let us pray. Gracious God, thank you for these your servants. Thank you for all the ways they give of themselves so generously for the good of your church, the good of your people. Thank you for all the ways that you move through them to bless and to transform, to reshape this world that you've created and called good. Thank you. We thank you, and I pray your blessing as we go our separate ways. May we bear your peace in our hearts, and with your help, may we share that peace with all whom we meet. And now, may the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of God's Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon you and remain with you always.
Amen.
Thank you. Go in peace. Love and serve the Lord. We are adjourned. And it's not even 5 o'clock.
Can we turn your hymnal number 17, we can sing the gospel together for you.
All right. Now
Now we'll hymnal number 17.